Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue, shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun, oh but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is Shook me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. Welcome. How's it going this lovely Monday morning for me? Probably the end of the weekend for you all. Hope things are good wherever you are, and thank you for choosing to spend part of your day with me. Hope it's the case that your weekend has felt relaxing or continues to be relaxing. Over here on the far side of the weekend, it's okay. Things are looking up once more, and we got some week of work coming soon. Whoa. W's are hard apparently. But let me say first, thank you very much to Silent Crucifixion for the resubscription for 53 months. Thank you also to Young Jerry Fodor for 1 full year of subscribing. Didn't we do this on Friday? I feel like we're having a moment repeated, a little deja vu here. I'm not playing the right game, but thank you, Jerry Fodor. Thank you, Silent, both for your generous resubscription. Jim, you have a 2-day work week? What is this? Is this a department-wide phenomenon or only for you? Whichever way, hope it's a very nice vacation, very short week. I myself do not have such a pleasure, my goodness. Wow, vacation starting. Any big plans, Jim? Any big plans for this? I'm sorry, this is not like one-on-one chat time. I'm just curious, though. Any big vacation? Wow. Sakutera, good seeing you, my friend. Hello to you, Mike. Welcome back, Forcom. Hello to Hytalian. Hello to you today, Resorty, that's me. Hello, George. Hello, Marks. Hello to HPG. Turtle Hermit, welcome. Jerry Fodor, again, it is good to see you. Hello to today, Ellis Dole. Welcome so much, Snoot. Hope you had a good day, Snoot. Hey, Cyber, thanks for catching that. I appreciate it. Snoot, very kind of you to see you here. Hello to you, History Teacher Steve. What is good today with you, Scratched? Hello to you today, Supernova. Hello, Cyber Oracle. Hello, everybody. Lord of the Guys, R Squared. Welcome. So many people here already. I don't normally watch my viewer count in the stream here. Almost never do so. But I've been curious recently how many people come and hang out during the intro music. And I've been so surprised. Almost every day, it's like 25 to 30 people are here before I say my first word, which is so crazy because it wasn't so long ago. That was the highest number of viewers I could possibly hope for in a stream. So thank you to all of you who show up in the intro music just to hang out and hear the very first words of the daily greeting. It's a lovely thing. I really appreciate it a bunch. Hello, Wizard. Reality is overrated. Thank you for the Prime sub. 18 months. That's a year and a half. My goodness. Thank you so much indeed. Hello to you also today, CS Prof. Hello, Gary. It's good to see you. Gary, thank you for your great comment over on Discord. I think you're very common in how you feel. That's absolutely right, though. Totally. Oh no, R Squared. I do not mention the people who come during the intro music to say that you should also be here for the intro music. I'm just interested. I'm just curious about how people decide when it's time to join the old Resorty show. You don't need to be here. It's fine, but it's good to see you, and hope your house cleaning went well. Yes, indeed. I suppose I should say, those of you who celebrate the Father's Day, or who are fathers, or our Father who art in heaven, and otherwise, happy Father's Day to you all. I almost said happy birthday, which would have been very, very awkward, but happy Father's Day if you celebrate such things. And yeah, I know many of you have mentioned children you have, and I hope they're doing well too. And thank you for choosing to spend part of your holiday with me. It is the case that I talked to my father last night. He is doing well. Yesterday, he was able to take one of the grandkids into an airplane ride for the first time in the kid's life. The kid, I think, is like 14 now, maybe, and had always wanted to go for an airplane flight, so my father got him into a small plane and went on a little adventure in the sky. And the kid was very excited for this, so I'm very, very, very happy for my nephew, and happy my father had a good weekend, hang out with the grandkids. Yeah, he's definitely someone who gets a lot of satisfaction out of his 4 grandkids, of which I have produced none. my brother has done all the work on that front, but yeah, very, very happy for my father to have a good weekend for his Father's Day. If you're here, Dad, happy Father's Day. And it was good talking to you last night. Hello to you, Slivers. It's good seeing you. Yes, indeed, it's also a holiday for our Islamic friends. That's true as well. It's absolutely true. So many holidays, so many ways. My goodness. What do I have to share with you? I have a story about massage. That will come in just a moment, but first of all, an update on the stream. As many of you know, about 2 or 3 days ago, we discovered together that my beloved streaming computer's main hard drive had only 6 gigabytes left. 6 gigabytes remaining of storage space. And this made the Windows UI, is that right? UI, show like bright, angry red. You filled your drive too far, sir. No more filling allowed. And so over the weekend, I went ahead and bought a new drive. It's currently in the mail. It will get here a little later today. And I'm gonna need to move all of the stream things over onto this new drive. And so I can't quite decide if I should hold off for the weekend to do that, or if instead I should try to do it tonight. Because, yeah, I don't know. I want to get it done straight away. I want to have all these things finished. I have some time this evening, etc. But I don't want to do it wrong and then have to say, sorry, friends, no stream tomorrow because I managed to break the computer. I have been told, though, that the process of moving to a new main hard drive, I keep saying hard drive, it's an SSD, but I'll probably forever say hard drive. The process of moving to a new drive, I've been told, is not terribly difficult these days. I don't know if that's true, and I am somewhat concerned. Many of you know that my central commitment when it comes to streaming is do not change anything ever, and definitely changing out the drive is one of these big changes. So we'll see. I might wait till the weekend just to be sure I have enough time to remedy any problems whatsoever, but we'll see. Maybe clean up before moving stuff. Wait, are you my wife? Are you coming into my streaming room and saying, it's a little dirty in here? No, I'm sure you mean like get rid of some of the files and so on. I think that the big thing is I need to make sure that all of my games are over on the main drive also, because the reason for the SSD for streaming especially is to load games as fast as possible. So we don't have to stand here staring at each other while game loading screens go by. So don't know how that works. Don't know how to convince Steam to take up some new drive. We'll figure it out. I'm sure we just fine, but there might be some growing pains, growing period. We'll see. Do they have anyone who can come out to my house in Japan to help me? I'm sure there are some tech people out there somewhere who'd be able to come and help me, but I can do it. I have 2 hands. I have functional eyes. I can read the Wikipedia or the, I don't know, eHowipedia, whichever way it is. Why transfer Steam games? Because getting a new hard drive, or new SSD, and so I need to be on the fast new SSD as opposed to the old slow boring one. I think? Maybe not. Who knows? Whichever way. Thank you, HPG, for the gift sub to Jesu. Jesu, thank you for still being part of our community. 3 months in a row. We appreciate it very much. Cajun Killa, thank you for the generous resubscription also for 18 total months. You're telling me Resorty doesn't like change. That's news to you. I think you made a pun based on the title of the game we're playing today. I thank you for that. And yeah, despite the fact that I'm pro-change in many respects, probably not in my own life. I like things being the way they are. If they work fine, why change them, etc. So all good. But I promise I'll keep you appraised or apprised of any changes to the to stream setup. Hopefully nothing changes at all. With Steam, you just reinstall it. The issue I'm having is save files. Like, I understand that many of the save files are in the cloud, that is on someone else's computer, but it'd be a terrible thing if I were to move the Steam things over to the new drive and then all the save files went away and we lost our current playthroughs of this and that game, but maybe it's fine. Maybe it's time to turn over a new leaf, to start fresh. I think I had this happen a few years back. It was after graduate school. My beloved laptop died, the laptop on which I'd written my dissertation and had applied for a bunch of jobs and all the rest, and yeah, it just died straight out. Something involving graphics, I'm sure. I think maybe the keyboard side, like multiple things failed very, very quickly. And I said, okay, it's time to get a new laptop, here we go. And I knew it was possible to take out the old drive from the old laptop and recover important documents. But I said instead, no, it's going to be a good idea for me to say goodbye to the old and start fresh. And it was like a nice, purgative, I suppose, getting rid of the nasty old problems of grad school and starting fresh. Now, after about, I think, 2 years afterward, I said, I need this one file. Where is that? Oh, probably on that old hard drive. But we'll do the same thing here. Maybe we'll start fresh and see what in the stream breaks first by switching over. I'm sure nothing will go wrong, of course. All right, here is the big story of the weekend. Over the past week and a half or so, I've had some weird neck back thing. I didn't have any trauma or anything. It might just be, getting old. It might be some version of sleeping weird. One second, must pause. Jerry Fodor, you wrote your entire dissertation in Google Docs? That's amazing. I mean, I guess. I mean, it makes sense then you have a backup save on the Google servers. That's cool. I had a professor in grad school who claimed that he was so worried about losing his dissertation, and this is the point at which he was writing on a typewriter. He was so concerned about losing it in a fire or something that he kept a typed copy of dissertation in the freezer of his home, thinking if the place burned down, at least he'd still have that copy. I can't imagine what it's like before a computer saving was a thing. It's gotta be so crazy. Yeah, you absolutely manually entered citations. Exactly right. I was thinking, why did I like having words so much? It is citation entirely. That's what it was all about for me. Yeah, I mean, the idea of text being lost back in the pre-computer era sounds kind of silly, but it's absolutely the case. The Chicago philosopher John Dewey had an entire book he lost. He had the manuscript of this entire book about the relationship between modern philosophy, Enlightenment philosophy, the contemporary world, that he just lost. He had the document more or less finished. It was carrying his briefcase, and just lost it. And he made a notation in his journal about this, claiming some person of a different ethnicity who was driving his cab must have stolen it. And then about 10 years ago, it was found in his papers. John Dewey certainly lost it himself among his many things. It was not stolen from him by his cab driver. Anyway, big exciting discovery in Dewey's studies. They have a new book, but yeah, before computer storage, people just lose whole books apparently, so I don't know. Story though, right? Getting old, had a little bit of neck and back pain. It was a pain that got worse when I turned my head in one direction or another. I thought, I should probably go to the doctor, maybe a physical therapist, I don't know. But this weekend while I was out and about, I saw a sign for shiatsu massage. This is a traditional massage type of Japan. It is not focused on relaxation at all. There is no aromatherapy. There is no a gentle soothing oil. It is entirely pushing very, very hard into the person. Before we get to my story, one interesting story about shiatsu massage in general. Because it's done entirely by touch, you feel the structure of the muscle and then respond by pushing in various ways. Apparently for a long time, it had been the common profession of blind people. People without sight would commonly do this because they wouldn't need to see anything. They would just touch and feel and then do the responsive touch and push very hard and so on. But apparently after the Second World War, when Douglas MacArthur came over as Governor General of the place, he outlawed all traditional medicine and practice of Japan. And so shiatsu was suddenly made illegal, which took away employment from a tremendous number of unsighted people. This is, of course, a major tragedy for those people to not have their job and find it very hard to find a different job, especially when at the time the majority of work was physical labor that required you to see what you're picking up. And apparently this was stopped. Shiatsu came back because of a letter from Helen Keller, the great deaf-blind activist and socialist who wrote a letter to MacArthur talking about how difficult it is to find work if you can't see. And so MacArthur rescinded the order against shiatsu because of Helen Keller. There you go. Nice little story for the day. But I went to this particular shiatsu massage because they said they had an English-speaking masseur. I said, okay, this is going to be good. We're going to talk to in English someone. I explain my pain and so on. Now, this person did speak English, but in very, very limited ways, which fine. I'm used to doing the Japanese thing. I'm used to engaging that way. But his number one favorite phrase to use was, "You're a big guy. You can take it." And so over and over again, preparing for the massage, as he began to touch me, as I winced underneath his very hard pushing, he kept saying, "You're a big guy, you can take it." And while this was true, it is so painful. I don't know much about how this kind of massage works, but it seemed to be if he found any kind of tightness or tension inside of a muscle, he would just take his thumb and ram on into it, like leaning more and more his weight in. And I gotta say, first part here is my shoulder does feel much, much better. The next day after the massage, which was yesterday morning, it was really sore. Like I'd aggravated it even more. But then today, it feels pretty darn good, about 90%, 95%. Now, on the one hand, that might just be, independent of the treatment. Maybe I just need a couple more days of relaxation and rest and so on, or maybe he did a good job. Whichever way, that's not the point of the story. The point of the story is at a certain point, he decided it was done with shoulder time, and then we did mid-back time, all fine, and then he decided it was time for glutes and thighs. And I wondered how he would do that. And so I thought, he'd take his hands and rub and poke and so on. But no, without a word of warning, he hopped onto the table with me. Like, okay, I can't see anything. There's a person on the table with me. Took his knee, put it into my thigh muscle, and leaned all of his weight into me. As this began, he said, "You're a big guy, you can take it." It hurts so much. There was no preparatory warm-up. There was no moment of here's what's gonna happen. It's just surprise. So I know for next time, but dude, man, there was no thought of, is it possible you need a little weight and then a little more and then a little more? It was entirely just, here comes literally all my weight. So that was my experience with shiatsu massage. On the whole, is it recommended? If you're a masochist, then yes, absolutely. But yeah, we'll see. Again, though, my shoulder does feel better, so that is the part of the story that it makes me happiest. I do feel a lot better, and on Saturday's stream, I didn't say anything about it, but anytime I'd turn to read chat, my little neck would go, that was pretty terrible. So there you go. How are your weekends? What are y'all doing today to relax? Just chores, video games? What is happening? Soft healers make stinking wounds. Wait, Secretary, is this a piece of Confucian wisdom? Soft healers make stinking wounds. I have no idea what that means. But, enjoying Father's Day with your kids playing board games. Wait, my understanding of the world is more complete. Mr. Board Games is playing board games with the kids. That sounds amazing. Hope it's a fun time. Hopefully there was no throwing the board game over. Hopefully managed to avoid Monopoly. These two are definitely related in my conceptual map. Hope it was a good time though. Watched 6 hours of the Euros. This is the problem with living where I live. I've got to get up in the middle of the night to watch any football from Europe, so unfortunate. What was my wife's reaction to the man jumping on the table? She had no reaction because she was not there. This was a resorty solo mission. Increasingly, I'm doing more and more of those where she'll go off and do her thing, and I'll go off and do my thing, and I trust my Japanese abilities to get through these conversations, and it often kind of works. But I have enough familiarity with the basics of the language now that I can get through most conversations without her help. So I think she was off at the store. She went to Loft to look at more pens and stationery, as always, as always. You translated a song today, George. I mean, that's awesome. I can't imagine the process of translating a song and like trying to maintain the same kind of lyrical sense as well as the emotional sense and all the rest. And yeah, that is a very cool project to work on. Very cool, George. Thanks for telling us that. Jim, you and your wife went to cemeteries for your father's graves. Absolutely. If your father's not around, you want to spend some time anyway. Then went to a game store and bought some minis. Oh, Jim. And that's also a great way to celebrate Father's Day, isn't it? You're going to birth more Warhammer minis into the world. Absolutely. Do you think about that as you're painting them? Do you say, yes, my child, you're coming into being? Probably not. Probably shouldn't, but hopefully have a fun time with the minis. I'm guessing your collection expands more and more. That's so cool. Hello, Fundine. It's been a while. It has been a while. Good seeing you, Fundine. Welcome in on this lovely Sunday, Monday. Hope things are good for you. Mark's your revenge for having to be up so late to watch me is I've got to be up late to watch European football. You're not wrong. Did finish this season of Welcome to Wrexham, the show I enjoy watching so very, very much. 8 shows this season of 40 minutes each, and so hopefully, hope those of you who want to watch Welcome to Wrexham will get to it too. Altogether, a pretty good season. What I like so much about the ongoing seasons of Welcome to Wrexham is, along with looking at the team that I love following so much, it always brings in more people from the city as well, and talks about how this football team is also meaningful to the people locally, and how their lives are improved by being part of something other than just their ordinary non-football lives. So definitely recommended it. It's on Disney Plus, I believe, or also on Hulu in the US. This channel now brought to you by Welcome to Wrexham. Blitzkrieg, thank you for the resubscription. That's 7 months. I appreciate them all very much. Hello to you. So many generous resubs at the beginning of stream today. Very, very kind of all of you, for sure. Abernathy, you're going to see something Japanese next week. Baby metal at a festival. I don't understand baby metal at all. Obviously, the world is not made for me, but baby metal is normally young women, correct? Dressed up in, like, schoolgirl outfits, screaming and carrying on. Is this correct? It's the combination of like anime culture and hard rock culture, and you jam them together and hope for the best. I think that's right. I hope you enjoy it. Hopefully it's good. Cool. cool. Today in class we're doing some more Confucius, which is just fine. I enjoy teaching Confucius as much as the next guy. And the only challenge is I've got a whole bunch of Chinese and Taiwanese students, which delightful, good fun, except they always complain about the translation. And we have the same conversation every single year. And the conversation goes, you know that everything we've read so far has been in translation? Like, you weren't reading ancient Greek with Plato, right? Why is it suddenly an issue with the Confucius? And they always say the same thing, which is, number one, that they read the original, so that matters more, but then also, that this thing still matters today, and like Plato doesn't matter. So, it's a fun conversation, but it's always really interesting to me to see how, especially with the mainland China folks, how their interpretation of Confucius is deeply steeped with party interests, where the one I teach is a little bit less ideologically laden. So should be fun. Friends, an ad break is coming in just a moment here, mere seconds. We'll talk through this one and then we'll play some video games. Pretty excited for the News Tower continuation today. So yeah, hopefully enjoyed the ads, or at least tolerated them for sure. Hello, Dago. Good luck. Thank you. No, it's fine. I teach Confucius when I do in the semester, about halfway through, so that I've had a good time to build trust with the Chinese students. 'Cause I think occasionally they assume that Western professors will attempt to be like anti-China entirely. And of course, I'm not. I think it's a mistake to be anti any country entirely, because there's lots of people and lots of tradition and so on. So just a matter of getting the students to like express what they think, as opposed to merely the presentation of the party's perspective. Like I'll make nods to the party's perspective, and I'll ask them to fill in what they've learned throughout their 17, 20 years of education in China. It is one of these things that where things like Platonic thought are taught implicitly. A lot of Western culture is still Platonic, whether it means to be or not. The Confucian seal of approval on all of China is often asserted. Like the party will say, this is for Confucian reasons. It's a name you hear regularly. Besides, the Taiwanese students are very vocal about translation mistakes, so they're vocal in a different way. Like they don't say, this is wrong. They say, I see why it was translated this way, but it could also be taken this way. Where the mainland Chinese students, on the whole, are much more ready to say, this is the wrong translation. What it should say is. And I always tell them I try to choose a translation that is most easily readable in English, because we want the people who do not read Mandarin to be able to engage with it somewhat, as opposed to the more literal translation, which is often done very clunky and hard to get through. So this is the part, of course, my wife will come in and say, as a Latin and Greek scholar, she'll say everything should be in the original. Translation is always ruining everything. And then she makes fun of any of us who read things in English. The end. If a student came in and disputed translations of Aristotle, I'd respect it. Absolutely. Go wild on that one. Bring it on. It'd be a good time. But, yeah, for a general humanities class like this, topics of why are we reading in translation seem very hard to deal with. Because, of course, there's so many different home languages in my classroom. You know, some speak native Thai languages, some speak, there's a student from New Zealand who grew up in an Aboriginal family that used their first language not English, and his English is very good now, but it's so cool seeing the wide variety of ways of thought that are implied and learned through one's home language being different. When I was teaching in the US, pretty much everyone had English as language one, and so there are a lot of common assumptions that I could just work from or didn't even notice, frankly. Here I've got to deal with those differences a little bit more, and so that's what we're working on. Alright friends, today we're playing News Tower. This is a game that we played a little bit of probably a couple months ago when it first came into early access. Now normally I do not go back to early access games with every single update. Usually I wait from the initial early access announcement to 1.0 final release, because I don't want to spoil the game at every single new step. I want to experience, oh, here's the finished and final game instead. But this one I enjoyed enough that we're going to go back to it for at least a day or two and see what is what. Also, later this week, a pretty exciting city builder's coming out into 1.0 that's called Workers and Resources. Haven't played that one yet at all, so we'll see what comes of that. Then I've been thinking about one other game. I've been thinking we should probably play. It's an older game, but I've heard some good things about it. It's a game that many of you have recommended to me over the years. Anyone know much about this one right here? Anybody know anything about this game? Should we try it on stream? Would it be fun? You know. Workers and Resources does not lie in its title. Is it a game in which you use the workers as resources as well, or what exactly? It's a pretty niche indie title, this one. Yeah, maybe a small business. I don't know. Returning to WoW, we can help you get back in action in no time. There's no way they can recover my old account, right? As I've mentioned previously, I deleted all of my characters and had a friend turn my title, or my password rather, into some absolute nonsense letters that I do not know at all. So there's no way they can bring it back. Anyway, just a little joke for you all. I promise no World of Warcraft, except maybe as an April Fool's joke once, but, we'll see. Anyway, here comes News Tower. They've added in the Age of Photography. Wait until retirement, then play WoW? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've heard from some people that watching MMOs on stream is not super engaging because a lot of it is very, very repetitive. You know, you go and look for flowers for 45 minutes and ride in places and, ooh, look, a flower. So it probably requires the streamer being ready to talk about a variety of other things as well, but probably not anytime soon. Some part of me will cry out for a while forever, but that's okay. Welcome to the age of photography. This update introduces a lot of new mechanics, including the image production change and perception system. We strongly advise you start a new game with the introduction. It'll explain the new systems. All right, to the top. I assume the introduction really is just tutorial, but sure. Let's see what we learned about. I think last time we played this, we had trouble fitting in all the different machines. I wonder if that will continue. Which is harder to do, teaching Western philosophy to Eastern students or vice versa? I mean, the first thing to say is I'm not a specialist in Eastern. I've taken a few graduate level courses in it, and I've read a fair amount, but I will never be as good at Eastern thought as I am at Western thought. So for me, Western teaching is always much easier. Much easier. Yeah, I mean... So Leibniz has this absolutely awful line where he claims the Japanese have no philosophy. And by this, he doesn't mean there are people who write things. Is he gonna read? Okay. We can pause here, I think. He doesn't mean there are not people who write wisdom traditions. He means the average Japanese person is unable to like make generalized thought outside of doing what they are told to do. Now, this is obviously false in lots of different ways. But yeah, getting my Japanese students to open up about their ideas is so much harder than Western students. Western students are ready to pop off at the mouth about basically anything, even things about which they know absolutely nothing. It's easier to get them in conversation and thinking about different kinds of ideas and so on, where the Japanese students are very diligent. Like, they will write down and repeat anything I say, but getting them to open up about their actual thoughts is so hard. In fact, possibly impossible. So it's how it goes. It's how it goes. Alright, it's been years. I can still smell the air. It was thick with aspirations as your father and I started our journey across vast oceans. Hey, Muto, that's very nice of you. Play what I feel like playing, no need to explain. You're here because of me as a person. I appreciate you saying that, and on the one hand, I believe you. I believe there's a large portion of the community who will watch me play literally whatever. That said, I need to believe that World of Warcraft does not stream well, because if I get convinced it's a good stream game, that's the end of my life. So, no, we need to believe with respect to World of Warcraft, it will stream poorly, everyone will unsubscribe, people will call my wife and tattle on me. Like, no, WoW, I'm not allowed to believe will stream well. No. But thank you for the nice message. It's very kind of you. Anyway, we went across the vast ocean. New York was a place to be at the turn of the century. And so that's where the dream took us. My sincere condolences for the loss of your father. I think it's time I share the stories and photographs that form the past. Yeah, photographs here. Photographs. That's the new part of the game, apparently. I believe it's the case that we're inheriting our newspaper from our uncle. I hope the tutorial does not take us too long. We'll probably end up clicking through a lot of it, because I do know how to play the game, I believe. We arrived at Ellis Island. We came with a purpose, a shared dream to one day establish our own newspaper. WireSpeed, thank you for the resub. Rest assured, Resorty, I would definitely unsub if you become a WoW streamer main. But think about all the people who would subscribe. WireSpeed, thank you for your kindness. I apologize for my jokes, and I appreciate your kindness. Alright, one day we all wanted to make a newspaper. You know, you aren't merely part of the family, you're rooted in a lineage of publishers. I'm gonna be a newspaper man like my father's newspaper man, like his father etched local stories into stone tablets, like his father who cried out the day's news in the public square. Does anyone know how real was the phenomenon of the town crier? Like, I can imagine that what I've seen in media is a little bit overblown, where some person shows up in the middle of the city and yells out, like, hear ye, a message from the king! Like, were ideas commonly disseminated that way? Or is it absolutely nothing? Is it absolutely nothing? That it didn't really happen too much. Like, I know, the town crier would be like, here comes war, make sure you hide. That sounds more reasonable to me than someone reading out the day's news. Now, I do know that in factories for a time, there would be a reader, someone who would sit above all the factory machines and read the newspaper, read a book, that kind of thing. And apparently this led to early unionization movements. The thought that the workers would be able to become more educated would help people then think about their position in the factory. And so part of the anti-union movement was getting rid of workplace readers. Now many workplaces have just like banal pop music on instead. One of my favorite things about the time I spent at the monastery, some years back now, was over the meals, they would have a reader. So you'd be having lunch, and then somewhere in the corner would be reading from a book for you, and the books would be largely spiritual material, but also things about like volunteering groups in the world and so on. I think there's something very nice about communal listening to a common reader. It feels like Storytown for sure. Your understanding is that town criers are real, but not like an everyday thing. So it's the occasional message. Maybe paying a guy to scream for a few hours was cheaper than mass printing. Yeah, my sense is that town criers, if they existed, came from before the era of mass printing. I'm not sure though. I apologize. I swear we're playing video games today. I'm just curious now. All right, town criers. Hello. All right. Called a bellman, apparently. It's an officer of royal court or public authority who makes public pronouncements as required. Used to make public announcements in the streets. Criers dressed elaborately. They carried a handbell and yelled, "Oyez, oyez, oyez!" That's still what they yelled to begin the Supreme Court session at a Supreme Court session in the United States. Prior to widespread literacy, town criers were the means of communication with the people of town, as many people could not read or write. That seems repetitive. Proclamations, bylaws, market days, advertisements were all proclaimed by the bellman or crier. In ancient Rome, they typically proclaimed public business during the market days that formed a kind of weekend every 8 days. That's confusing. In Goslar, Germany, a crier was employed to remind the local populace not to urinate or defecate in the river the day before water was drawn for brewing beer. We're not making Budweiser here. Come on. All right, super interesting. So I agree this seems kind of like anecdotal as opposed to being well-researched as a page. But look at this man. Peter Moore, the town crier to the mayor of London. This is what I imagine. When I think of town crier. Look at this adorable little lace. What's that called? Is it just collar? And whatever that piece is, looks absolutely fantastic on him. All right, that's enough. I apologize. Back to game. Is it cravat? So is it? So Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the deceased Supreme Court justice, wore one of those. She called it her, Ruth Bader Ginsburg dissent collar. So when she was unhappy about a ruling of the Supreme Court, she would wear this particular collar. This one indicated that she was very, very dismayed with what the court was doing. But she had many different collars she'd wear throughout the years. So, interesting stuff. Okay. All right, making a newspaper, etc. Making a newspaper, good. The French translation of tie is cravat. So, in English, I thought that a cravat is a particular kind of tie. But so if a French person were asked, what is this thing on my neck right now, they would say cravat, even though it's just a general kind of necktie. All right. So, cravat. Yeah. So in English, it's this kind of thing. is what a cravat is. It's like a puffier tie that does not go to a point. I think I first learned this kind of tie in like Sherlock Holmes. I believe he'd wear these with his smoking jacket, possibly. It strikes me as being a kind of tie for a very posh person. A posh person who's summering somewhere, perhaps. But, yeah, this sort of thing. Super interesting. Resorty's menswear stream. I want to know about spats. When is it appropriate to wear spats? What season for spats? Huh. It's the 53rd episode of Lilo and Stitch. No, that's not what I want to know here. Wait, what? Okay, it's saying like season of the show, apparently. Spats are the shoe covers, right? Absolutely. They're spatter dashes. I didn't know they were a short form of a name. Spatter dashes. So a way to dash or like stop, like dashing one's hopes. To dash spatter from mud. Huh. Hey, look at this guy. This guy's got spats on. Delightful. In Europe and the Balkans, we call ties cravata. I think I remember reading that neckties originated in the area that is now the Czech Republic. I think that's true. Is that true? Oh gosh, we're playing video games, I swear. Necktie origin. Sorry, Croatian mercenaries. I knew it was a C1. Sorry, Eastern European friends. Sorry. Croatia, Czech. Oh, the seas. Oh, the seas. Alright, we're now at least 10 minutes without changing to the Wikipedia page. Here we go. Our pockets were light as a feather. We had to start from the bottom. We built a ramshackle newsstand and sold other people's newspapers. But paper by paper, we started to build our own story. We called our newspaper... What do you want to call it, friends? What should we call the paper here? We'll see. Therananthus, good to see you. Glad you're pushing X for donuts. Very good. Cravats and their cravats. That kind of thing is good. The daily crossword. I know Croatia and Czech Republic are far away. It's entirely based on, like, the filing system that is my brain. Is largely filed by letter, apparently. I thought I had a good conceptual map where things were linked together by overlaps with concepts, but unfortunately I don't know enough about Croatia or Czech Republic to have like a clear conceptual idea of them. Like, I know that one of them is involved in polka. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm an American, so I know basically nothing, unfortunately. Called the Riz Stream, the Cravat Gazette. That's hard to read, unfortunately. Something news and experience for Dewey. Oh, I had a professor from my Dewey seminar, who his main way of teaching, second day of the class, who'd assign us like 2 or 3 chapters of the book. And we'd come into the classroom and he'd say, "Good to see you, students. Why is chapter 4 after chapter 3? And as a brand new student, I had no idea what he was asking other than, because the number 3 comes before 4? He was looking for certain argumentative conceptions and what he needed from the prior chapter to make the argument of the subsequent chapter to work. But man, the first year student, that's the kind of question you're not expecting. The weekly spat, like that's, I'll go with the resorty crier, I think. We talked about crying earlier. The resorty crier it is. And if we lose, the word crier will still be appropriate. Very good, very good. A decade later, we're hitting scoop after scoop. Our ink stain pen became a lethal weapon. I've actually never seen that movie. Is that the one that has, what's his name? Leslie Nielsen in it? Lethal Weapon? I believe this part of, the game is introducing you to the Mafia. Because the Mafia's gonna start smashing up my newsstand. Lethal Weapon is not that one. That's Police Squad. I don't know Police Squad. I know Police Academy. Police Academy is definitely a comedy, but it's not Leslie Nielsen. I almost said Liam Neeson. That's not right either. Naked Gun. Naked Gun is the comedy one. Lethal Weapon is Mel Gibson, Danny Glover. Naked Gun is the comedy one. Police Squad is a television show. Yeah, never seen that one either. Wow. Okay. You all know so much together. I should definitely watch Police Squad, the show that Naked Gun's based on. What is it streamed on? Is it available on one of the platforms? I probably won't watch it, but I want to know so I can say, hey, Noms, my wife, should we watch this thing? And she'll say no. And I was like, I tried. All right. The stories don't hit the same way. Economic crash, debts mounting. The stock market's going to crash very soon. We'll see. They're remaking Naked Gun with Liam Neeson in the Leslie Nielsen role. Please ban, thank you. It's a pressing matter. Get it? We play a newspaper, we have presses. It's a pressing matter. It's time to pass the torch. The legacy cannot fall prey to foreclosure wolves. I want to highlight what our uncle's saying here. Our uncle is saying the newspaper is completely falling apart economically. It's your problem now. I bought you a ticket to come to New York. A taxi awaits you at the terminal. My journey leads me elsewhere. Eleanor will take care of us. Brace ourselves. The city never sleeps. Best wishes, your uncle. I'm struck that my uncle does not have a name. How do we know he's actually our uncle? Brooklyn, New York City, 8 a.m., October 1929. Resorty Crier, there's C. Did we show up in a police car? Oh, no, we're in the cab. I thought it'd be delightful to show up in a police car. Thank you, officer. We'll stay in touch. Have a good day, ma'am. Okay, good. Oh, hello there. You must be our new publisher. You seem to be taken aback, my dear. Perhaps your uncle didn't disclose the full story. I apologize for this mess. Allow me to shed light on the situation. Our newspaper's been struggling tremendously with dwindling readerships and mounting debts, an unfavorable combination. Last night, one of the debt collectors paid us an unwelcome visit. It appears your uncle had unsavory connections. To be frank, this is Frank, the recent financial crisis has pushed us to the brink of foreclosure. Your uncle saw no way out and sought external financing options. Unfortunately, his plans didn't unfold as anticipated, but his intentions were noble. I say, oh gosh, rumor has it something. You're his final hope, and it all revolves on the man depicted in the painting right above us. No, not that man, the one who was once our esteemed boss, your late father, the great publisher Antoine Van Ende. Apparently I'm of the Van Ende family. May his soul rest in peace. But no time to linger. We need a newspaper printed this Sunday. We gotta make every letter count and prevent this looming foreclosure. At your service, publisher. Let's meet our remaining staff. Let me introduce you to our only remaining employees. Blazanov and Dennis, say hi. Hello. How you doing? Blazanov is operating our telegraphing station. It's our line of communication to the world outside. That's right. As a matter of fact, I'm getting some hot news in right now. Sale on socks at JCPenney. Give me a minute. Sure, Blazanov. In the meantime, I got something to show you. This is where you come in. See the blue arrow? This shows your advancement in the week. Our goal is to get a newspaper out every Sunday. So no time to waste. I'll give you some tips along the way. Pay attention to those blue boxes. What blue boxes? I see a blue arrow. Good luck! Aha! WSD, good. Zooming, there we go. Blazanov is working hard. Almost done, boss. Bingo. Send out your first reporter. Let's push this button here. The lamp here represents Mr. Blazanov, telegraphing desk. Do you think Blazanov is from Croatia or the Czech Republic? Where's he from? When the light's on, that means a line of communications open, allowing you to send reporters over to report on the events. This is where Blazanov found our news source. Click on and dive in to begin reporting. This is what we call the news board, the core of each. Yeah, we know it's already. I'm going to claim that I remember the game well enough to skip a bunch of this stuff. We will see. It's a Wall Street stock crash here in October of 29. Wasn't there some game we played pretty recently that had the Wall Street stock crash also? It was during demo week. What game was that? All the games from demo week I'm remembering right now were either fantasy-based or set in the future. I have no idea. Anyway, Dennis Brown from Go Downtown. There you go. Angry crowds form in front of banks. Total panic going around. We see the little bar going. The movie game. Thank you. Hollywood Animal was the stock market crash game, and then we lost. That was terrible. An economy tag was gained from the report. It's all about the story tags, as we'll see a little bit later. The story file completed. Yeah, we know this. Back to the tower. Click anywhere outside the news board. Cool. It'll probably take us a day or so to get back into the game where we were when last we played. Hi again. Yeah. Those monsters really did a number on our equipment. This used to be where our typesetter worked, an essential part in the newspaper production process. Reporters would come back and deliver reports here. Over there is where typeset reports were assembled, getting them ready to print. Unfortunately, both of them were destroyed, and the good people working them got so scared they left. Sounds like some disloyal people. We don't need them where we're going. She's getting emotional. Let's clean this mess up and start all over. Alright, so we get rid of the current typesetting desk and assembly table, and then build new ones in the same spot. So typesetting will go here. Assembly will go here. Then we need to hire people for both. So a man named John Higgins and Brad Coleman. None of them have any skills at all. They cost the amount. We're going with John Higgins, because it reminds me of Professor Henry Higgins. Alright, and then this person, no skills at all. Only people who work for us are fresh out of college and looking for experience. I'm a total rookie though, excuse me if it takes a minute. So assembling is happening now. We'll get rid of each of these. Our reporter is looking for a new story. He has one. It's a crime story out here in Philadelphia. Found dead on steps. So I believe we're in New York City, but we're covering the entire eastern seaboard so far. Is Pennsylvania East Coast? I believe that Pennsylvania does not touch the ocean. But when you think of East Coast of the US, do you include Pennsylvania? Because Noms and I disagree about this. My sense is Pennsylvania is not East Coast because it's overly inland, where Nom says, yes, it is East Coast. Alright, we got some definitelys. We got one no. Jim, you and me to the end of the world, my friend. Does it touch the water? We could put up a map of the U.S. So Jim says, as a Pennsylvania, no. Okay. I agree it's part of the 13 original colonies. Map of U.S. Okay, so... Hello. Alright, Amazon will help us today. So Pennsylvania does not touch does the water, right? This thing, allegedly New Jersey, blocks it out, I believe. So, East Coast is not what in these part of the U.S. The word coast makes think of the coast of the land, because West Virginia is in the eastern portion of the U.S., but West Virginia is not on the coast. Philly is East Coast. Don't know how it makes sense. Jim says it's mid-Atlantic. I agree with that. You have to go through Delaware to get to Pennsylvania via water. Okay. What I want to know is, what is the meaning of the word coast? The part of land adjoining, oh no, or near the sea. Oh no. So it is the case that Pennsylvania is near the ocean. I mean, wait, when you say near, I think of near as meaning 3 or 4 inches. Like, clearly having to go over substantial land to get there. I wish to zoom in. This is not where I want to zoom in. All right. Yeah, well, that's a good question. What is the definition of near? And don't you tell me the relative term. At a short distance away. Short, okay, what does short mean? Like, a short person's 5 feet tall, right? A small distance. All right, what is the meaning of small? Is Vermont East Coast then? Captain Stinger, you're a genius. I should ask my wife that. Is Vermont also on the coast? Because it does not immediately touch. It's right here instead. This is good. This is good. Oh, words are very confusing. All right, we need to place our first article in that printer. I believe we run only the one article this week because someone was busy looking at maps. So True Trigger, you're also from Pennsylvania. You say you're not coastal. Good. I may have to gather together all of you who say you're from Pennsylvania or have lived in Pennsylvania, who seem to be saying almost universally that it's not a coastal state. I need you to write a petition to my wife and say, look here, you. From the city of Philadelphia, you can reach the ocean by water. That's true of Chicago also, though, right? Chicago, you start at the Port of Chicago, you go up through the lakes, you go through the Erie Canal, and that takes you to the ocean. I think reaching the ocean by water is not a useful criterion for is it coastal. I think that's true. I think it's true. Anyway, we placed our first article. We learned that when you place your article, you get bonus points for each tag you have. There. Oh gosh, this is something that screwed me up in the game previously. Time runs while you're looking at different pages. You have to actively pause the game, or time will just keep on slipping into the future. So, did our other story get finished in time? I didn't even send the man. Alright, it's possible we're going to go into bankruptcy week 1. Because... Wait, it's finished. Is it finished? No, it's happening right now. It'll be done tomorrow afternoon. This is fine. Don't you worry. They wouldn't possibly punish me for talking about something else during the game, would they? They wouldn't dare. Look at all that blank paper we're wasting. Alright, 4,000 newspapers sold. Ever increasing value. That's great. Do we make money this week? I think we started with 10,000, so no we didn't, but it's not too bad. You see the employee wages here. I believe each junior is only 100 a week. They get paid more as they go up the ranks. Now, last time we played this game, I managed to get through all of our playthrough with taking no loans. I want to do the same again if possible. Well, I'll be damned. They came back and destroyed our printer. What on earth is this? I need some security guards at once, but old Bessie, my printer is now down. Rip Bertha. Her name is not Bessie, it's Bertha. All these B names. So we have someone currently looking at an old story. Old stories are less attractive, sell fewer papers, but they still fill space on the newspaper. So that'd be okay. How are people sneaking in? So 1929 is before door locks were invented. A recent invention. You maybe didn't know that, but we just leave the door open and hope for the best. All right, we got to get ourselves a brand new... Wait, what did they ask me to do? Oh, trash furniture. Hey, someone ruined my office. Outrageous that. Outrageous. Gotta stop that. That is now done. We've unlocked a bunch of new things. Lovely. Then time to build the sweeping station. So we have a person who began cleaning things up for now. One thing I remember from last game that I forgot about entirely over and over again. is that you can make staircases from the middle shaft here. When we first played this game, I started building on the outside and a hard time figuring things out. Hello, Game Urchin! The west branch of the Susquehanna River starts in your hometown in west central Pennsylvania. It leaves Chesapeake Bay, which leads to the ocean. It's not coastal. Yes, more evidence for the fact that Pennsylvania is not on the East Coast. Good. We have two possible janitors. One named Reginald O'Neill, one named Bill King. I like the idea of Bill King. We can engage in some workplace harassment. It's 1929. Harassment's still legal. And like put little crowns on his desk and say, haha, the janitor's the king. Where's your throne of trash? I'm sorry. Sorry, it's very rude. So Buddy will get smoothing away. And they're still looking for a story. Still research bit by bit. We need a new printer also. May I go ahead and build that thing? Right, trash cans help keep trash under control. That's good to know. And then, maybe I've not unlocked making a new printer yet, so I'm not seeing it at all currently. Is Georgia an East Coast state? Sure, yeah, Georgia touches the water, it's an East Coast state. Wait, does it? It does, yeah, absolutely. News story is ready. It's a story of society. A cargo ship burned and sank down in the harbor of Nolens. Dennis Brown will check it out. It's become a story of society and also a story of politics. How about DC? Is DC an East Coast state? Washington, D.C. is not a state. Boom. Boom. QED, etc. Wait, do I have two reporters? Huh. Right, you have to wait for reporters to come back home, drop off part of the story, and then you can send them out again. Got that. Is this 1.0? Bad, it is not 1.0. They do have a new, update though. So we're playing for the new update, definitely. Alright, come on down. Great. When is Buddy free again? They have to get to his desk first? Hello, Buddy. Hello? Hello? Maybe the reporter I have has no politics skill? That's what it is. Okay, you have to have another reporter here. Now, the what the mess portion here, I don't know what they want me to do, right? So assign a cleaner, build a sweeping station. Does he have to find more trash, possibly? There is no more trash. Did I break the tutorial by talking? Anyway, I can go and build another reporter desk. Skipping forward in the tutorial, always the best of ideas. So build a... I can't build a reporter desk. Friends? Okay, it's done now. I don't know what had to happen, but it's done now, thank goodness. Add a fresh floor. Here on Wednesday, we have floor number 2 done. What's next, ma'am? Haha! Build some stairs! And that's all. The week is being wasted while we're engaged in interior decorating, unfortunately. Employees need to reach new heights. Now we can make the printing press. Awesome. And the new kind of printer requires multiple modules instead of just the one lovely bit they had there before. Eventually I want to have all the production on this floor because our reporters drop off their stories in this room. And we'll have to find a way also to get the stories upstairs where the printer lives. Now we're going to climb higher and higher and higher, having more and more floors, but in the short term, the printer can just live right here. So the input module goes on, has to go right there. Tutorial's hand-holding now. The output module has to go wherever, then a belt between the two. So belt from one to the other. Awesome. Need a page module also. So input, make a page, output. Much better than our old printer. Soon we'll be able to add more pages to this incredible machine. And don't be afraid to rearrange the printer later. It can even go through ceilings and walls. Let's expand the workforce. Alright, I would like to expand the workforce. A new reporter finally. This reporter we want to have focused on politics. Can I move walls? I can. Alright, janitor buddy goes in here. Over his sweeping area, he has a Aloha poster, so we can think about Hawaii. Won't that be lovely? I think that'll be lovely. Need a new buddy. He does have politics, entertainment, and sports as interest. He's not especially good at any of them yet. So with him there, we can now send him out to work on this story. Cargo ship burned and sank. Dockside fire spread to the ship, severely damaging the Munaires? Oh, it's probably a ship's name, like the Munaires, possibly. I thought that was a word I didn't know. Anyway, let's see what the folks at the town hall said. I said it for years. Safety regulations need to be carried out, says the mayor. Need more researchers. So I feel kind of awkward jamming everyone downstairs. So we're going to go ahead and begin thinking about heat and all the rest. Do we have heat removal items yet? No. Oh, there it is. These are comfort items. Right now, trash can is our only comfort. In those cold and dark nights, my trash can, my only comfort. Fantastic. All right. Move you on over. We'll then throw in another telegraph station. So much hiring. Excessive hiring. We learn new things. The Globe. We should have named our paper The Globe. Hello, Tom Graham. You find me more stories. I like your glasses. We don't offer vision insurance here. That's unfortunate, not part of our plan currently. So drag the Globe onto a desk. It's a +1 to society and to telegraph skill also. So Globe for everyone, including the guy who works on society, which I believe is you. Upstairs then, apparently they need lights also. Back in my day, the brilliance of my ideas was bright enough to keep us working. We're low on cash. Take out a loan. Absolutely not. Design the newspaper. It's only Wednesday. We got lots of time. On the Globe, you can see how many stories remain to be found over the week. There are 2 more now. Unfortunately, Ronald Porter, my politics reporter, can't get there because he's currently working on a story. In just a moment, he can go out again, though. Want to put in additional trash cans, definitely, which are comfort items. Put one in the middle there, and one in the middle there for now. Yeah, he just got back, just returned, so he can now head out again. We have 2 stories, one about the market also. This one is Washington, bridges and bottlenecks. Someone goes to the Capitol. Congress traffic experts use adequate maintenance on many bridges. Adequate. Not too good, not too bad. Just, all right. Place the article. We'll do that soon. It's only Thursday. Lots of time. We need to make sure that these people are able to finish the story before printing time. We do have space over here also. We could add more types if we want to, or perhaps go ahead and throw in a bathroom down there eventually. And here they come. Here they come. Do we have time to push out one more story? There's one more story out there. It's almost been found. Soon. I think we'll have time to report it out. So it's about sports. Berlinger beats Jones. Story of sport by split decision in 10 rounds down in Philadelphia. That's going to take us until Sunday at 4:52 p.m. I believe we need to run by midnight on Sunday. We'll see how this goes. While waiting for it to report out, We'll go ahead and throw some light in with the printer. I think it's the case that our people are happier if they're in light. I don't recall if they also have problems with like moving slower or what exactly. The workers only need to go so far as the input here. They don't have to go all the way through. The game automatically picks up one's finished paper and delivers it. No paper boys yet. I wonder if eventually in the updates if we'll get paper boys and news sellers and start a whole news cartel possibly. This story's right at Saturday at 7 p.m., Saturday around midnight, and Sunday at 4 p.m. still. I'd like to finish that story if possible. We can do some stacking of the different kinds of stories. Ideally, we want same stories on same page, so we can start thinking about how we're going to do that while time continues running. So, sell as many newspapers as possible by collecting shiny tags. Our main story is about a cargo ship sinking. That's a if it bleeds it leads story. We have an old story of... Oh, we only have one page. Oh. We have a lot of stories for only one page. Alright. Apparently we haven't learned backsides yet. Maybe people write their shopping lists and their to-do lists on the backside of our newspaper. Yeah, I thought it was one paper plus an extra, but no, the one there means one paper, unfortunately. Your first job was a paperboy delivering a weekly local paper. Mine was also, it was actually a daily paper, so before school I'd be up at, I don't know, 4:30 a.m. or something, and at that point the newspaper company had a big truck they would run throughout the city, delivering reams of paper to all the different paper kids' houses. I remember learning about Princess Diana's death that way. I see it was a front page story. Yeah, it's a weird way to get the news back in the day. I think I didn't watch television news then, but the worst part of being a paper person was having to go door to door to collect people's subscription fees. You didn't pay through the mail. Instead, some kid showed up at your door and said, "That'll be $13, please, for the month." And occasionally people would get very, very angry about some random kid collecting their money. We finished a second story of politics, giving a big bonus. The Berlinger beats Jones story. As of right now, we don't need any particular kind of story. Just make a page. I thought it was the case the body found on step was an old story. Indeed it is. It's an old story, so they don't want to run that one. We'll just go ahead and run a story. Economics, fine. I give you the starting paper of the Resorty Crier, one full page. And run it. Oh, 9,000 papers, our highest sales ever. This week we did not make money. We hired a bunch of new people though, so it's fine. I see there are... yeah, our total money only down by 350, so not a huge loss. That's okay. Right. One cool part of this game is you manually expand your readership by going to new neighborhoods, giving them the kind of stories they want, and then they'll buy the stories long term. So in the hopper right now, we have a murder story and also a sports story. So these people here in Williamsburg want stories of murder and also sports. We have both ready to go. Let's help Williamsburg become ours. If we do this, we'll get a special item, I believe, as well as 1 point of, I think, reputation influence. And the more influence you have, the more you can engage with buying items. I think you unlock items with influence points. Something like that. We're a coastal paper? Oh no. Yeah, I think we're in New York City. New York is coastal. Good choice. You can play one district a week. Excellent. I believe next week we're going to get access to the Mafia. Should be good, should be good. All right, we now know about comfort levels. Build a wall with a door to contain discomfort. We can look at the comfort page here and see boy howdy, the janitor is very happy with his pile of brooms. The folks who are up here on the printer are somewhat less so because it's noisy and hot. And so we'll wall off our sin, keeping it all nicely within. Wall the door. And for right now we can do like that. Eventually we'll expand it out more or give its own floor upstairs. We now have acoustic panels and fans and plants and clocks and vents and everything else. We're also out of paper right now. So I spent big money to buy 300 paper. So 100 paper for 200, 300 paper for 600. Not that I know much about math, but I think that's a fair distribution price all the way through. Okay, so time to make more comfort for our more friends. More reporters eventually, not yet. This is comfort here. Nope, this is comfort here. Move stuff around, make it less uncomfortable. Don't you worry. If we put a fan here, it keeps the temperature down. We put a fan here, it keeps temperature down. And also noise panel will help as well. Noise is... Where is it? There it is, acoustic panel. Put it right here, it'll stop it entirely. There's temperature problems here. We put air vent in also. And now it's nicer enough. Learn about how comfort affects your employees. How do I do that? Let's see how the employee's feeling. All right, how do you like your job, my friend? We see that that's vision, that's nutrition. Prestige is still coming soon. Comfort, decays in red areas and regenerates in green areas. Stat is okay. So learn about how it affects your employees. It doesn't. Good. Yeah, I believe it's the case that people move faster and do their job faster when they have higher. And again, they need to be in green areas to increase it. Neutral areas will not do it in this case. Okay. One of our reporters does not study society, so doesn't need a globe. You could use a potted plant, though. I believe potted plants make everybody a little bit happier. And it's right here. Cool. It's only 25 bucks per, so we'll add one there also. A slight complaint about sound down here, so we could move the acoustic panel towards the middle, trying to help both of them. But again, I think it's 50 bucks each. It is 1929, so 50 bucks is real money. Yesterday or the day before, there was a discussion in chat about what would it be to have games accurately match the economy of their time. So an acoustic panel not being $50, but instead being, I don't know, 43 cents possibly. A little bit nicer. We do have one painting also. So we could move the painting from out of the janitor's closet, but I kind of like having the janitor being happy about his life. So we do have one special item, I believe. Where's the special item? It's not comfort, is it? Nope. It's not utility. I thought we had like one fancy painting somewhere. We'll find it eventually. All right. We're being told to hire more people or look at all of our people. Ooh, ah. We can raise their salary if we want to. We now have the resupply and storage areas to be able to bring more paper into the printer more quickly. If you want to, you can manually drag these. You can do the work of paper delivery yourself, but it's probably better to have someone keep an eye on that, so use the player can do other things also. All right, crates can be transported. Build the supply desk to facilitate. For right now, we won't have a supply room. We'll just kind of throw it out in the middle. That's this thing right here. Resupply desk will sit among the reporters. Storage cabinet can't quite fit there, unfortunately. So over to the side there, and then we'll try that again. Hello, Triskel. You're closing on new houses Friday. My goodness, good luck. It's one of the larger transactions most of us engage in our lives. So hope it goes well. Hopefully it's a very peaceful experience. We actually didn't go to our house signing we were selling. Instead, we had e-signing. And I believe we signed the sale of our house while sitting on the side of the road in rural Iowa. It was the weirdest thing in the world. We had this house, and then we didn't because I pushed a button on my cell phone in, like, maybe at an Oasis or a rest stop. at one of these wooden little shacks. Push the button. That's how it goes. But good luck to you. I'm sure it'll go fine. But let us know, Triskel, for sure. Hello, Grobzilla. What's news with me? What's news with me is mostly just building my news empire once more, bit by bit by bit. Alright, someone found me a story or two. You can use these buttons up here to prioritize research. Now, we know that for this week we need both sports and murder. We have both. The murder story, those old news, we prefer not to use it if possible. So I want to find a story of murder. We already have one. A loaded pistol found at a playground. Is it a water pistol? Possibly. Dennis Brown, downtown Dennis Brown. We'll head out to, I think, Nevada. Two scared teens find weapon from nightly liquidation. I believe the word liquidation means the removal of one of the mob's enemies out in Vegas there. Also, a story of mayoral election. Let's go to Board of Elections headquarters and learn all about that. Go back to scanning then, looking for more stories. Or is it the case they get stuck on their stories until they're resolved here? Yeah, I believe the telegrapher has to attend themselves to the reporter out in the field until they've finished. So this is a reason for having yet another telegrapher to be looking for new ones while the reporting is actually happening. So let's add in a third worker jammed into this tiny, tiny, tiny little spot. Reporting. Nope. What is it? Is it production? Telegraph production. There's no way to set this thing in here in the middle unless I move you over. Oh yes, friends. For your collective enjoyment, I'm going to line up everything perfectly. At least at this point in the game. At some point very soon, we'll get rid of our beautiful symmetry. As long as I can maintain beautiful symmetry, I know everything will be a-okay alright. So, which of you is good at telegraphy? Telegraphy. I can never decide how to say that word. Clark Young is looking good. Do y'all have glasses? Are you the glasses brigade? Possibly. We need one more noise. Baffling. Tile. It's a comfort item. There it is. Everyone's a little bit happy then. There's an important change to the previous version I played. If a story I'm reporting on is being started in a previous week, it's no longer old news. Oh, that's so cool. That is so, so cool. Because yeah, in the prior version of the game, if a story had popped up at all in 1 week, it was absolutely old news next week, no matter when you started reporting it or ended reporting it. That's good to know. Marooned on a Small Rock. A story of Seattle's best Coast Guard, or a story of economics. We don't really care about either of them. I'll go and grab Society, though. I think I have a Society story. Nope, I have Government coming in. I have no econ story, so fine regardless. Yeah, at this point, whatever comes in is fine. We only have a very small amount of space for filling the newspaper right now. Thank you for mentioning that, George. It is possible now to... Yeah, it's possible now to begin reporting out stories, not having become old news immediately. Ronald Porter, a story of art. This happened to me. Stories of real girls. Helen Ferris's latest book is Guidance for Every Girl. I do remember this now, that you'll have punctuation and spelling errors in the early part of the game until you have an editor. And the editor will then fix things like happened, hap-end, etc. Friends, the first real hour of gameplay is now done, so take our first little ad break of the day. It'll be 3 minutes of ad while we do some crossword puzzle. Hope you're having a good time so far. Appreciate so many of you are hanging out with me today. It's an absolutely lovely thing to be with you, especially as the new week begins. I know for some of you it's bedtime now, so sleep well, and I hope work goes well tomorrow. Let's see how this thing goes for us. Universal Freestyle number 129 by Amanda Winters. Finishes filming his raps. Spread sloppily. Glob on. Smear probably. Nice long one. Story where many plot points are spun out. Okay. So there are a number of words in there that are ambiguous. Like plot could be the plot of a story, namely like the dramatic high points. It could also be plot like an area where farmers grow things, or a plot of land. Plot also means a scheme, like I'm plotting to do evil to you. Spun out, cars spin out. You can also spin out thread or fabric, wool, something like that. I have no idea. With all those words, I have no idea. Look out, everyone! Here I come is way too short. I have no idea. Bar and bat mitzvahs, for example, they're both rights. Shirts shot at stands is maybe an American-only thing, but if you've never seen the T-shirt cannon at work, you are definitely missing out. Peyton's younger brother, Eli Manning, another quarterback. Nora, who wrote, "Never marry a man you wouldn't want to be divorced from." Nora Ephron wrote that one about preparing for the worst as you begin the best. A little sister or brother. So sisters and brothers could be monks and nuns. I don't know. It could be the word fam, little meaning like a shortening of a word, truncation of a word. I'm gonna put fam in, we'll see if it's right. Like totally gnarly. I think we used to say with Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that's rad. A happy 6901, thank you for the resubscription. Am I doing CK3 anytime soon? There's an update for CK3 coming in September, so definitely in September we'll be playing it. There's a DLC for Victoria 3 coming out early next month, I believe. So Victoria 3 is definitely coming next month. CK3, I can't say we'll definitely play before September, but I can guarantee if you set your clock to September 19th or whatever it is, we will play it then. Sorry for the very vague answer, but thanks for the resub. Hey Axel, good seeing you. Cyberpulse says your week is starting with unscheduled power outage at work. Hey, good luck. Hopefully you don't have to go in and turn the server back on. An organization for 20 downs. What are 20 downs? 20 is right here. 24 across agents. So it could be a NARCS, meaning like drug enforcement folks, and then possibly the drug enforcement agency, maybe. Midwest City is an anagram of Mesa. Ames, Iowa. Model Huntington Whiteley, I have no idea. Shapes of many Christmas ornaments. There are globes, there are globes. All right, and now, what happened? Unsure. One with a track record say, a racer is on the track. A playground retort, arso. Tissue layer, it's called ply. Chimney gunk is soot. Type of ball or fracture. Ball or fracture. I think fam may be wrong. Unsure. Times 2023 Athlete of the Year. I think it might be Naomi Osaka, possibly. That's not how you spell Osaka. Sammy Sosa. Yeah, no idea. Tip of a tongue. The letter T is the first part of a tongue, the word tongue. Piercing tools and all. Let's go and do two more, then back to our game. Disassemble and analyze. Engage in analytic philosophy. Jeepers is cripes, possibly. My apologies for the minced oath. Last one for now. Super Day. Super Day. Super Monday. Super Tuesday. Super salad. I have no idea. What's a super day? Yeah, no clue. Anyway, back to our game. More like lames. You don't like Ames, Iowa? Ames, Iowa has a really good writing program, like really good composition, I believe. Rhett Comp. Back in my like early community college days, I was so split between what field I wanted to go into, and so I was focused on I was focused on either English or philosophy or religion or anthropology. I knew I wanted to go into one of those 4 fields. I wanted to go to grad school for them, but I toured the Ames composition program, and the people there were so snooty to me. They were so incredibly snooty. And at that moment, I said, oh, is this what English graduate programs are like? Never mind, I'm good. But they were very good writers, but just not people I want to spend 5 to 7 years of my life with. I guess 3 years probably. All right, back to making our paper. Should we become a dedicated Paradox stream so we have access to EU5? I mean, I'll play EU5. I'm not sure I'm be any good at it, but we'll see, we'll see. Reporter has finished dropping something off. Can you do economics? You can! All right, we have one more story to find. It's only Wednesday, so things are going very, very well here. We spent about $2,000 this week, so we are continuing to be a little bit impoverished. We're getting a little bit worse at least, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't know if the supply person needs to have any trash bin next to them. We'll see. Yeah. You wonder if the only person ever said, the English major are too snooty, I better study philosophy. I mean, the philosophers are/were snooty in a way that works very well for me, because they tend to be snooty within particular bounds of arguments that I understand what's happening. The English grad students were snooty in a way that could only be defeated by, I've read this more obscure book than you have. And yeah, that was not the kind of like conversation I enjoyed, because it seemed just to be about one-upping each other, where philosophy was kind of mean at times, but it tended to be, again, within bounds I knew how to respond to. Someone is getting thirsty. These pretzels are making me thirsty. That's a reference/joke that I do not know what it is from, but I make the joke because it makes other viewers laugh in other channels. What is that from? The pretzel make me thirsty. I've stolen this one from Dolphin Chemist. I have no idea what it refers to whatsoever. It's from Seinfeld. Cool. I've seen 3 episodes of Seinfeld. I shouldn't admit to that. I shouldn't admit to stealing other people's bits. That is entirely true. Friends, it's Thursday. It's Thursday here. We'll have a story finished on Sunday. We have way too many stories. That's good. Kramer has a part in a movie, and that's his one line. Cool. I need to watch more television from the 1990s, so I have all the stories ready to go. All right. So I need to put up a clock also. I think clocks make people happier. So they don't have to, own a watch or walk downstairs and look at the sun. All right. He gets fired from the movie and never does his line. Oh, I understand. Thank you. Thank you for helping me to understand things I should know. How much is it to add a new floor? Almost all of our money. Let's not do that currently. What's this sign mean? It's our district. Yeah, it will be ours. Again, murder and sports both needed. Hey, we can make the toilet now. I should probably also change the backgrounds here. So we're able to have... It's a Miller's memoir. Thank you, Exist. Thank you for definitely besmirching my oldest friend on Twitch. We started watching each other back. We had like 4 viewers each, and now he has over 1,000 viewers most days. It's crazy how these things go. All right, so we want to make our very first bathroom. As I said, this area is set aside for just that purpose. So, is the toilet an employee need? So it is. I believe it's possible to jam a toilet and a sink in here both. Here's some tiles. Let's put some tiles up. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. You watch a streamer go from 3 to 300 to 3,000 and back to 3. Yeah, streaming's a fickle thing at times. You never quite know when people will stop showing up, and so you gotta be grateful for, for what's happening in the moment. And that's pretty good for me, at least. Alright, so smell is dealt with. We could probably add a plant in there to make people a little bit happier while they're using the restroom. The bathroom, the loo, the head. Which term do you all use in like common parlance? When you say, I'm going to go use the, do you say anything? I tend to say the restroom, I believe. I think restroom is the term I use. I think grew up with bathroom, but I'm not quite sure. Being a philosopher make it easier to accept. What like numbers fluctuate and streams might go poorly for reasons out of your control. I mean, definitely reading the Stoics help, because the Stoics want you to ask the question of what's actually up to you, what can you control. But no, especially if like you're using streaming as your livelihood, it's incredibly stressful at times. If you get thinking about that kind of stuff. Luckily, it's not my livelihood, so it's no big deal. But it's hard to tell how the trends work at times. Many of you have lied to me, I believe. I think many of you have lied to me what you actually say in conversation with people about the restrooms, the bathroom, but I see. You said the WC, the water closet. I assume that you are not from the US if you use WC, but isn't, I think head is used in Navy and Marines. What's used in the Army? And some of you are veterans of various sorts. I believe head is, like I said, the Navy and Marines, though. Time for a bio break. Oh, I remember using that phrase. Bio break. Back when I played World of Warcraft. It was a way of indicating you were leaving your keyboard. But you couldn't just say, I'll be back in a moment or two, because that means you're not fully devoted to the raid and the guild that you're part of. If you admit it's something to do with your biological necessities, then and only then may you leave for a moment, or else you get a 50 DKP minus. There's a certain kind of cruelty in the way that raiding guilds worked back in the day, or at least they probably still work that way today. But at this point, I'm not part of that, thank goodness. But it was like a full-time job, and you felt really bad if you had to miss a raid because you're letting everyone else down because they've given you so many amazing pieces of gear to use, knowing that you'll be there in the future to do all the healing. That's right, I was a healer. All right, friends, it's time for us to make a story. We need murder and sports especially. Okay, unfortunately, when does this finish? 3 o'clock on Sunday morning. We're gonna go with that. So here is a story of murder. We'll then add 2 sports stories, because this one from last week counts as being new news still. And then this one done just a little bit, and we'll run it. We'll probably get rid of a bunch of the old stories fairly soon. We'll see though. WoW made raids friendlier than Ultima Online. Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about Ultima Online, other than it's a game I did not play. But in the initial days of World of Warcraft, it had to be you and 39 of your best friends to complete content together. Alright, I give you our 1 page of news. The people of Williamsburg are satisfied. Let's run that paper! Yeah, but consistently getting together 6 nights a week with 40 people to complete content in game was, like, on the one hand so cool that it was possible to get these people all work together and possible to get these people to accomplish things day in, day out. But also, like, personalities would conflict with that many people, especially people who weren't friends in any meaningful sense, except that they worked together. It was like jobs. It was like jobs with no HR department. And so I remember, like, one day, like, our healing class leader just getting on the TeamSpeak and screaming at us for not keeping heals over time active on the tank. And yeah, it was bad. Like, it was emotionally abusive. And I remember, this is therapy time. I remember, like, feeling so bad and going to bed that night like I'm a failure as a human being because I didn't push this button at the right time. And again, the fortunes of 39 other people are linked to whether you play the game correctly. Man, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Anyway, mission accomplished. Williamsburg is mine. Should I set up a macro for it? No, I didn't like playing with macros. I like doing things manually because I enjoyed feeling like I had some control and some agency in the video game. But terrible. Our people are working hard and leveling up. I believe that means they work a little faster. It also means that they get more money. Should I play Paladin? See, I'm someone who began playing World of Warcraft totally in the roleplay direction. I made a priest named Yeshua who was bald because I wanted to be a monk, but it was not possible to be a monk in that game on release. And so eventually I stumbled my way into higher and higher tier raiding guilds because I was playing like 70 hours a week. And so what else am I gonna do? But it was entirely based on I just wanted to play this one character as opposed to like I built up the best possible character for raiding. And then eventually I did level up a different character to do better in raiding. It was very silly, very silly. More experience, more needs, all good. Is today Warcraft Flashback Day? I can't have that. I can't have that. What I do have though is one more city section's ours. And then also we get a new area and the Mafia's with us. I'm gonna use the same voice I did last time.
I knew your uncle very well, and I'm saddened by his sudden disappearance. I hope nothing happened to my business associate. I've invested a lot in your business, you see, and it's time I see some returns. Everybody can print a good story, but not printing politics this week might pose a challenge. I don't want these so-called leaders fear-mongering your readership.
Alright, the Shrouded Prelude. Print no politics for a week. If you do this, you get 4 influence points and $500 dues. Oh, Game Merchant and Jim, you have very sweet stories about World of Warcraft. Never doing raiding, never doing pickup groups. Yeah, I wish I had friends like that I started playing the game with. I got into World of Warcraft because my roommate played it one day. Like, he played with friends from back home from high school, and I didn't know what WoW was. And he was playing, I was like, oh, that looks fun. And he said, okay, cool, come play with me. And so I made my little character, and he played for 2 hours. And at the end of the 2 hours, I said, I'm just gonna play a little while longer. And then it was 4 a.m. and I was still just playing. And from that day forward, I would play until the very wee hours every single day in a row. And my roommate just stopped playing. It was nothing to him. And we had these really hard conversations of the form, hey Resorty, my girlfriend is visiting this weekend. May we have the room to ourselves? And I would say, but no, I have raids this weekend. I need to have my computer. And he would say, but I need the room with my girlfriend. And I would say, I can get earplugs. Finally, what ended up happening is I moved my computer setup into a common lounge and slept on the couch in there. We weren't supposed to do that, but yeah, it was a dark time, man. It was a dark time. All right, so no printing politics for a week. Tell him to go to his girlfriend's room. She was from a different city. She was like from like 5 hours away drive, and I had no sympathy for anything back then. All right, so no politics. Gotta make sure we choose a town that doesn't want politics. They want politics. No. These people want, I think that means silver level crime and sports. We don't have silver level. They also want 2 pages. This place wants sports and adventure. We have none of those. Adventure is one of the rarer tags to find. Down here, crime and alarming. Again, alarming is harder to find. Over here in Bayonne, they want society and entertainment. We already have it. Let's go that direction for sure. You have a hard time turning off the competitive part of your brain. It means anytime you play a game, it's possible when you try as hard as you can to win the game. I used to feel that way also. It used to be the case. I would always focus on just winning big. I think you're ready to proceed on your own now. This will be the last you hear from me in person for a while. Oh, Agnes is going on a break. That's nice. Enjoy your vacation. She left tips, but that's good. Thank you for the tips. I appreciate it. That's enough reading. No more reading. Agnes leads us a second printer page. We get 2 pages if we want. Very good. Yeah, I've largely killed the part of myself that says you must win anything you do. I mean, unfortunately, it still exists a little bit when I think about my profession. Not streaming, but the teaching part and the publishing part. This part's not good for you by any means. Luckily, I stopped that when it comes to streaming especially. Hey, good to see you today, I'm Dar. How's it going? I want to crush their teachers. No, it's not that. Though, I shouldn't admit this. When I get my end of year student feedback forms, I'm not gonna say it that way. It's very important to me that students report they've had a good time. And if incidentally, I notice that my reviews are higher than my department average, I'm very pleased. I shouldn't care about it. I should be independent, but it's how it goes. Alright, Agnes wants to get on her floor. I have almost no money, so I cannot do that, because again, it's 2,500 to go. So maybe next week we'll add another floor, but not quite yet. Alright, gotta be above average for department in college? Absolutely. Unfortunately, I know that there is a correlation between youth in a teacher and their overall teaching evaluations. So I suspect as I get older, my evaluations will go down somewhat, which is fine. But it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to be above average, absolutely. What does it cost to get a new printer page here? Go away, you. Oh gosh. Okay, where is printer page? Is production up here? Nope, it is. Is it printing? Here we go. It's 1,000 money for another page. I would love to have that, but it is the case that, it is the case that we don't really have space for it. I could force everybody to cuddle more. We have the issue of simultaneously needing more space, as well as not really be able to afford the space. We don't need the storage cabinet, do we? As long as I help with manually dragging paper up, we'll be fine. So, sorry friend, nothing for you. We then shift this on over. Be good. Do I plan to play the game Satisfactory? We have played Satisfactory before. I tend to be not especially good at making factory games interesting. So while there are some people who will always watch factory games, it tends to be the case that this is somewhat a smaller portion of the community. It tends to be people who are just really into the factory game. And that's cool and all, but it's also not good for the channel. That's how it goes. Different streams have different personalities and games and so on. Alright. We spent quite a bit of money, but now we have a second page to fill whatever. Will I play Civ 7 when it comes out? Absolutely. Yep, Civ 7 will show up on the stream. I'm looking forward to more releases on Millennia also. Is Millennia 1.0 or is it early access? I think it's early access. I hope it's early access, because if not, it wasn't quite finished up. But yeah, I'll play Civ 7 at least one round and see how it goes. One of the new features is you have a stash button. Oh, I saw that. So instead of selling items for very little money, you can throw them into a warehouse instead and pull them out again. That's good to know. Thank you. All right, we have news stories in the world. Again, Bayonne wants entertainment and society both. We got more entertainment. Okay showing. Alright, this story does not seem amazing, but if we do the okay showing, we get ourselves a new object. I do not object to getting objects. Are any of these old stories? They're all old stories. So I'd prefer to get a fresh society if possible. Hello, fresh society if possible. So this one has a bunch of what are they called? Sub-subjects? That's a phrase, surely. Be right back with you in a second. This one also has a bunch. So I know I need adventure stories next week. I'm not sure. Millennia is not early access. Oh. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Because, yeah, the ending especially felt really underdeveloped, and then the different cultures in Millennia aren't, unfortunately. Like, they all seem just the same except for color and flag. Police car explodes on main road. No casualties from the explosion. Cool. That's an interesting story then. The city's name is pronounced Bayonne in a New Jersey accent. I don't want to be stereotypical, so I'll say Bayonne. I assumed it was like Bayou, but Bayonne. Thank you for that. Very helpful. If we do no politics this week, we want to get rid of this politics story, which I'll never ever use then. Never, ever, ever. Speaking as someone who does not own Paradox stock, what game from Paradox have felt nicely finished recently? Oh boy. I'm trying to think of what Paradox games I played recently and said, like, that was really fun. I have no idea. Yeah, honestly, I can't say. Maybe someone in chat remembers, like, well-produced recent Paradox games that felt really good on release. But I honestly can't think of any, and that feels really bad to say, honestly. Even the Paradox Development Studio games haven't felt great. Yeah, I enjoyed playing Star Trek Infinite, but it didn't feel like a good game on release. Like, it felt acceptable. Paradox doesn't do good on release. Wirespeed, you're absolutely right. So often, people in channel will say, for Paradox games, I wait for 1 or 2 big updates before buying it. Yeah, that doesn't feel great to say. But, I mean, I think unfortunately, if people say I'm going to wait for 1 or 2 updates in order to buy the Paradox game, then potentially not enough people buy it to actually maintain production on it. Alright, we have a choice now. We want to learn more about the explosion of the police car. So either we can learn about damage to the Seattle police station, that's politics, no, or go to the Seattle police office ourselves to get the official story of murder. When Dennis Brown is back, we can send him out once again. Hello, Dennis Brown. We can help him get there faster. This is one of the sillier things in the game, is even if there's rabble outside blocking the door, you can literally drag your people into the building, which again is very, very silly. Go to the police office, Dennis, and learn about that. Better stay off the streets, kid. Explosion was revenged by a man who was just released from prison. I see. Over here, we got our new item. We learned about movie posters, the flame of passion, +1 to entertainment reporting. Cool. There it is. We see that this person cared that kind of thing, and this one does not. So throw it in his wall there. What's the person's name? Bronzini presents flame. Oh, too hot for stream. No, I'm gonna get banned. Absolutely not. Whew. Can't zoom on that one ever again. Let's start putting our paper together with the things we have so far. Never mind. We have nothing finished I really care about. They want, again, society and entertainment. Again, we have those both finished. Might be time for us to get one more reporter, as we do have 1 story sitting and then 3 stories still to find on Wednesday. But first flight across the South Atlantic. Economy, society, adventure story. Also, in the middle is a story of murder in Chicago. The Field Museum has an empty display. Oh, I want to know about that. I love the Field Museum. Uh-oh, we're out of food. Now, food in this game, as right now, is just water. And currently, anyone who wants food has to walk upstairs to get that. So it might make sense to add another one of those in the middle here, especially as the building gets larger and larger and larger. We need to make sure that we have restrooms and other resources available throughout the building, not just piled into one place. So employee needs, bring me the water cooler. It's too wide, unfortunately. And by too wide, I don't mean excessively wide. I mean instead it is 2 tiles wide. Hello. Oh, can I not go underneath the desk here? Oh, that's unfortunate. I believe it's the trash can. Can, my favorite dance. Okay, and then trash can, which I think is comfort. Here's the painting I was looking for before. Make everybody a little happier there. How is the game Pro Philosopher 2? Most certainly I rage quit it. I feel bad saying that, but I did not really enjoy the game, unfortunately. Yeah. Alright, museum display empty, rare raw crystal looted, says the conservator. Yeah, the problem with Pro Philosopher I've been told is similar to the problems with Ace Attorney, in that you're never quite sure what your character's going to say. And so repeatedly, I had the issue in the game of knowing what I, as a player/professor, wanted to say, but then I would click the button that seemed most similar to my character saying that, and they'd say something completely wrong, and I'd get in trouble, and the game would say, "You're bad at arguing." And then I said, "Look here, I'm going to hold my diploma up to the webcam so y'all can see I'm actually good at arguing." It was most distressing, though. Most distressing indeed. Are any of these stories politics-based? I don't believe they are. No, all society. I'd love to get that one done. But is the reporter home now? Yes. It's another entertainment story. Those fit together very nicely. Exactly. Random objection yelling. And I understand the nature of the game to have a little bit of uncertainty what we're going to say. I so prefer games, though, that don't just say, here is the mood in which you're responding, but instead say, here are the exact words you're going to say. Because I remember in, I think, Witcher 3 maybe, there was some moment when I chose to respond in a friendly way, and friendly became flirting instead. Like, no, I don't mean to put it that way. But it was too late. The words had already come out. Unfortunately. Cabby is back. Cabbies always deliver reporters. And so while we're watching, we can help out there. Yeah, I wonder when devs decided to start having characters or players only choose roughly what is said as opposed to explicitly what's said. I guess in some cases when a character's gonna make like a multi-minute dialogue, it's very difficult to have the entire speech written out, and it would kind of spoil the surprise and the fun of the literature of the game if it just said, like, here's exactly what you're saying. You're gonna say these 400 words. Happy reading. Hey, Oracle, good seeing you. I'm doing well, thank you. It's a very, very nice day. It's been fun hanging out with folks. Always enjoy the first day of the week for me and the end of the weekend for you all. I think many people are hanging out, a little relaxing, that's good. It was a visual novel, you weren't playing as Ari, you were seeing how they respond. So I agree with that, except in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, there's a conference bar. And so the worse you are at picking the right option at the right time, the conference bar goes down more and more. And I think if it hits 0, you lose the game. So that's what felt bad for me, unfortunately. Okay. So it's Friday now. We have the ability to report one more story out. I believe we have no sports. That's correct. We have more entertainment coming in. And then more crime also. This is our first crime story. We don't need crime. Because we have Society, I'd like to finish Society's story. I doubt we can finish both by Sunday. But do we have any other sports stories so far? We don't. So I'm going to try to go for the economy one and see what happens. It may not work out, but we'll give it a shot anyway. Is it possible to micromanage every person? I believe it is Blue on Blue, but it's a kind of tedium for me to move everyone around. You love Ace Attorney, but a frustrating part is knowing a solution, not how to get the game to recognize you know the solution. I guess it's been a problem in video games with back to the text adventures. Like, what verb do I need to put in the game so my character will do the thing I want them to do? Is it shove? Is it push? Is it grab and then push? I think there was some very old text-based game I played, the instruction manual of which told you every possible verb. And so I remember looking through the verbs, like, which of these is the one I want? And I get it wrong then anyway. Where are you going? Where are you going? That's him carrying his story around. That's some good stuff. Our reporter guy standing here, what can you do with yourself? What are your abilities? Entertainment, politics, and sportage. Sportage. Well, since it's here to do nothing, get more experience points at least. Alright, out of paper again. We're not going to afford a new floor next week, which is probably to say that I need to go and take a loan out. I'd like to do that, I suppose. Who needs paper? Which of you needs paper, apparently? The toilet needs paper! I guess it's acceptable. Fine, there you go. So next week we'll take a loan. How do loans work in this game? Our expenses have gotten a bit high. So for every $1,000 you take out, your interest rate goes up by 1% also. There's probably some way to math that into ideal thought, but I'm not quite sure. All right, this story's almost expired. 7 hours to finish it. I believe if you have a character who's already on it, when it runs out of time, it will stay open until the end there. This story's gonna finish on Monday already. May this story be useful for next week. It is Sunday morning. We gotta finish the paper. I want to send Buddy out again. Hello, Buddy. Enjoy your trip for the first flight across the South Atlantic. We think this could be the holiday trip of the future. Across the South Atlantic. Many, many hours. Yes, there's one kind of paper in the game. The paper is used for scribbled notes and newsprint and the toilet paper. Don't ask me how it works, other than perhaps a little painfully. Alright, bring me my stories. Again, society and entertainment are needed. So, we have 2 entertainment stories. They'll be the front page. I think the Circus Parade is better than an okay showing at the cinemas. Okay. We have a second page. So page 2 will be Murder Most Foul. And again, you're finishing on Tuesday now. You're finishing on Monday. So those stories are dead to me. This is an old entertainment story. Even though it's going to have a negative 500 for being old news, it's a positive 500 because of the connection there. Don't forget the bonuses. I think we hit the bonuses. They were good on the bonuses. Yeah, it's no politics. I think I have no politics. Yep, no politics. And society entertainment. That's all done. Alright, last story. Overlap on society. I give you a beautiful newspaper for the week. Okay. So, we're gonna get $2,000 in revenue. This may be enough that we're able to get a new floor this next week. And what we'll put there, I have no idea. But let's run that paper! They spent a little extra money to buy more newsprint. The Resorty Crier sold 12,000 papers, the most ever. Awesome. So one more influence point. Society lives by faith, developed by science. I feel like buying tickets. Everyone's impressed. We managed to make the mob like us. 5,000 money. Completed. What's the place called again? It's not Bayonne. I'll re-say that one.
We want nothing but success for you and your paper. This way your debt will be cleared in no time. I'm just a man of business, as your uncle knows.
Understandable, Mafia guy. Understandable. Bayonne. Thank you. Bayonne. How one sees O and an E and says own? I'm not sure. Like trombone has only one N. Maybe the keyboarder typed twice. Hey, Sinful, good seeing you. It is time for old-timey newspapers. It's true. It's true. Oh, I took a loan. Oh. So when I moused over to see how expensive the loans are, I most certainly took out the loan. I was wondering why I suddenly had 2,000 money at the end of the week there. Well, loan has been taken. It is not a debt-free playthrough anymore. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, what does the mob want today?
Word on the street is the coppers hold some dossiers about our Irish rivals, a trove of secrets that could tip the scales in our favor. Why don't you visit some of these pesky cop houses and get a hold of these dossiers? The city has a right to know about these crooks and their dangerous businesses, don't you think?
So for every alarming story we tell, we get $500 dues. And alarming comes from crime and economy. So who wants stories of crime and economy this week? These people want higher level crime and sport? Nope. These people want sports and adventure? Nope. These people want crime and alarming. I need alarming anyway. So this is what we'll do. We're going to East New York. Or if you prefer, East New York. I thought I was trying to come up with a new pronunciation. I couldn't think of anything though. East New York. There you go. Good old New York. Mafia's good. More readership's good. We currently have 400 subscribers. That's great. The Twitch channel is doing so well. First things first. We need more newspaper. But real first things first, my friends, I give you a new floor to our news tower. Mission accomplished. Okay. I think it makes sense to continue moving the printer upstairs. I think it makes even more sense to move the stockroom upstairs also. Only problem with that is that the paper will have to be carried all the way up then. I'm going to connect all of you together now. So we'll use the building page here. Production? Is that right? Nope. Production accessories? Nope. All right. They're printing at the bottom. Here's the printer belt. Totally free to link them together. Beautiful. I give you your greatest and newest printing machine. We'll then move the person upstairs who's in charge of resupplying. I'll then buy them a new shelf as well, which is a utility, I believe. It is not. Which is a storage, I believe. Yes, it is. And the last issue is we need to get ourselves a staircase up to the top floor, the dark and dank attic there. So, stairs go from here to here. Beautiful. A couple little issues. It is very noisy up there. Move our lamp up. Also, get a new lamp. Do you get an editor yet? No. Unfortunately, you can't do editor until you unlock them on the world map. I just remembered that. Let's go look at it in a second here. So on the world map, there are certain... Sorry, the city map. There are certain areas that you can go to, and when you get to them, it allows you to unlock new kinds of objects and jobs for your newspaper. So we can prioritize heading in certain directions in order to unlock things that we would like to have. You'll notice also we're up to 62 power consumption. So it is the case that we have to be careful. If you go over power consumption, it all shuts down. But maybe we can get new generators soon enough. All right. Reporter floor has so much open space now. So we can hire more reporters, because this week there are 10 possible stories. We know we want to get alarming stories of crime especially. So focus on crime stories first to see what we get. After that, we'll do economy stories and then on down the line. We have some people to hire if we want to. I don't know if I need anybody right now. Like I said, more reporters could be okay. So let's get a new reporter desk here in the bullpen, as we're calling it. I think we looked up the why reporters' rooms are called bullpens previously. I think places where police detectives hang out are also called bullpens. And I believe it's because of the chaos in there, a la, bulls in a pen. So what kind of reporter do we not have yet? Reporter numero uno. Reporters. Nope. Current staff, reporters. So Dennis Brown is good at society. We have society, economy, crime, politics, entertainment, sport. Does that cover everything? I don't recall. So are there 6 kinds of stories? There are. So now it would be a matter of specializing into whatever we're not especially good at. So we don't care about society or entertainment too much. What would be better then? So no one has any special skills yet. Another crime reporter, good old Harriet Jackson, looks good. We have crime, economy, and sport on her. Sure. Welcome, Harriet, to the team. And so the skills she has, we can't improve at all with any of our special items quite yet. Welcome, Harriet. We'll give her a little potted plant, though. This is the welcome gift we give everyone as a way to remind them that we, in fact, do care. It's a comfort item, I believe, which is this right here. Give her a clock also. Little plants. And it should be on this side with more reporters, so we'll throw in one more trash can for now. What kind of backgrounds do we have for the walls? We have bathroom tiles, pink stripes, and standard. So the pink stripe escaped from the janitor's room. We can't have that. So standard in here instead. Oh, looks nice. Looks nice. Looks nice. Some of my telegraph folks are missing, so I can drag them their jobs more quickly. Get back to it, boss. Get back to it. I had no idea why they got lost there. I have paper outside, so we have a person who's lugging the paper upstairs. I can go to help them with one. Next floor is 5,000 money. We found some stories. First of all, a story of gusty winds hinder firefighters. It's a story of crime and society both. Looks like it does have an alarming line at the end, doesn't it? One second. She's telling me how to get rid of stories I don't want them. But it could become crime and alarming, which is what I need. Or it can be a story of adventure and inspiration. So probably a story of the firefighter going in and saving people. This case, though, we need a story of crime and alarming. Namely, there's an arsonist on the loose. Can you believe it? This is not a natural fire. This is the fire chief. Oh, unnatural fire. The gods did it. Insurance will not pay out because the gods surely did it. All right, at some point we want to move telegraphics up here also. We want this entire floor to be printers like these. At some point this will be the backup in our production queue. In fact, right now it might be. Also, do we need doors here? Or is this just slowing people down? My sense is we don't need these walls. Look at that open plan office. Bosses can watch more easily. Another story of crime, an alarming story. It's a counterfeit operation has been busted. If we go there, stop it. How do I tell you I understand what you're saying here? I think I have to skip a story to stop her. So if we go there, we'll get a police fine. All right, Dennis Brown. Do we get fined? We get tickets. We got away with it. We snuck into the police station. No one can stop the press. Another story of criminality. Prohibition perils. Bootlegging is still booming. This story will become a story of alarming concern to our people. We're really ginning up dismay this week. And why are we doing that? In order to help the mafia. So, it begins at City Hall, a story of defeat. It then becomes a story of crime and alarm. All they want is crime and alarming, and again, we get $500 for every alarming story. We're already up to 3 or 4 possibly, so that's fantastic. The law fails, black market still thrives. This is the head of the local justice department. Wow, or the local head of the justice department. Okay. I think I'm gonna move the telegraph upstairs. Move them over to the corner here, I think. Eventually we want another bathroom. Once I have a new floor, I'll probably move the bathrooms over to this side, most likely. Trash can for our friends. Move the sound tiles up so they don't annoy each other too much. Try to get them straight for y'all, don't worry. It's fairly quiet then. What are the other concerns, I wonder? If we go to comfort view, we can see they're comfortable enough. Not happy, but good enough. Then I want to get one person in each of these roles. Paper. Someone threw the paper on the ground there. They probably went to the bathroom, most likely. Also, it's a little bit warm here. Its immediate proximity to the printer makes for big old warm. Bathroom on top floor, so they're applying the way up. Yeah, instead of dumping it right there. We'll get more floors eventually. For right now, there's only, 7 people working here? 7 people can share a bathroom. Oh, that reminds me, a story I haven't told yet. Human resources at our university recently got a new office. And it's like a shiny, brand new, all decked out office for all the things that they could possibly want. And though the HR staff is, I believe, 5 people, they demanded to have separate men's and women's restrooms. We also added in a non-gendered restroom. So in an office with 5 people, there are 3 bathrooms. Now, I'm not one to talk about effective use of student tuition money, but it strikes me that that may not be the most effective spending ever. Now, it's because, generally speaking, Japanese folks do not like using the bathroom with people of other genders. It is ridiculous indeed, but they would not back down. Apparently HR was already a little cranky about having to move offices, and so the head of facilities gave them this, which, you know, whatever. Something is dirty! Hey, it's the bathroom! Alright, we're gonna expand the size of the janitor's closet, I believe. And we're giving a bunch of individual stalls with sinks in them. Oh, it's same here, Rock Smasher. Same here. It's simply the thought. It's simply the thought that someone of another gender, whether they move offices, because the president wanted more classroom space, so they moved to a different building. Space is always an issue here in Tokyo. People always want more. If any department choose mixed gender, it'd be HR. Yeah, it's one of the more Japanese portions of the faculty or of the staff here, and so they are a little bit overly focused on things that I think are kind of silly. All right, June Sherman, you're gonna be our wash person. Keep that bathroom clean, please. Eventually, we'll need a second bathroom, so if one's dirty, we have another one. All right. What's I gonna do? Right, I need another set of printers. That is a production accessory, I believe. Yes. So typesetting happens first. I want the reporters to engage with that. An assembly here. It barely fits in. Absolute perfection. Eventually, we'll need a security guard at the front door. So when that happens, we'll need to move probably janitorial upstairs. All right. First of all, a typesetter. This person will cost more money, but work a little faster. And then we need an assembler also. Everyone only has 1 pip in each skill, so you take that one. Let's get printing, folks. Let's get going. Just leave HR where they are, make their office smaller. I don't think they'd like that either. Oh, there's no light in the telegraphy station. I mean, you can use your lights on your desk. My apologies, having no light. Now, like I said, it's Tokyo, so space is always an issue. Business buildings in general are smaller. Houses are smaller, apartments are smaller. It's all just smaller than the US. So making sure folks have spaces, a bit of an ongoing issue. Prohibition perils, bootlegging still booms. All right, let's make an alarming story. Harriet reported out. We need change now. Police are overwhelmed. Yep. She's on it. Oh, can you report both sides? Is this not a choice? Oh, so at times there are stories that are choices, either this way or that way. In this case, you're able to have so many tags on one story. I'd love that. Absolutely a story that can be our front page news with so many tags, and so everybody wants to read it. That's gonna be glorious. Our reporters are done now. So go ahead and send Ronald Porter this way. Now, later in the games we get, it'll really matter which person you send to which jobs, because they are specialized in a way that in the higher level of skill makes the jobs finish faster. That'll be good. In your university, most bathrooms are renovated to be unisex. Yeah, so we have different bathrooms, I think, on every floor of all the buildings. I think that's right. And in most of them, there's a men's room with, urinals and stalls, usually like 3 or 4. A woman's room with, I don't know what's inside, honestly, but I know there's makeup tables in there. And then a unisex room, which is just one stall. It's the kind of bathroom you might see labeled as a family bathroom, so somewhat larger and more open. And that's the unisex room, which I am. A variety of people use, of course. All right, looks beautiful. I want to see people looking happy. I feel so bad for our supply person. Oh, I have $154 left. Next month's balance should be negative 646. So it's based on the current newspaper we're sending out. We'll get a lot more money than $60 next week. So we will be positive, but man, we're overspending right now in a big way. And our poor worker here is absolutely heartbroken. Oh, stats critical, loss of concentration for the person who does the deliveries. What's wrong in this area, my friend? So nothing is wrong, but there's no positive to them. I did not give them their brand new small plants. They'll now get a little happier as time goes by. Good. So the something is dirty did finish there. Good. Good. The printing area is all red. It'll be all red no matter what. I think in later game you get some kind of tools you can use to stop the heat and the sound. But for right now, all you can do is contain it. Luckily, almost no one ever goes in there. The supplier will go in to put paper in the printer and then leave right away. But that is unfortunately one challenge of the current setup is we can't do anything past that. 129, breaking news telegram, unemployment rises. The unemployment numbers are out. Our Department of Labor says 1.5 million extra workers lost their jobs since the beginning of this recession. With no end in sight, but hey, tragedy sells right. So breaking news, I believe, always sells a little bit better. Do I have an economics reporter? All right, so reaching down here makes all economy sell even better. We need 2 economy reporters, and then we get better selling on economy. Economy is not our focus right now, but we have one day if we want to. We have a story of economy and crime also. While I want more crime, it needs to be alarming in particular. So this story is nothing to me. So we will send someone to another alarming story. You have to bribe someone to get there, though. I will leave that for a moment. Okay, you... We don't have a better econ reporter. I'll send you that way. And you that way. Okay. Are weird music boxes in lady restroom popular than an internet thing? I have not been in a ladies' restroom here, so I don't know, unfortunately. I mean, it is the case that most bathrooms here, most toilets here, are able to sing little songs while you're using them, or they're able to like make a sound of a coastal wave to muffle whatever one's gotten up to. All right, we have a story here of baseball. Everybody loves baseball. It can be a story of sports or a story of entertainment. Our current stories are nothing of the sort. We have a sports story, I guess. The Boston Bruins win. And so we can send someone down there to learn about sport. Go, Ronald Porter, go. No decrease in ticket sales. So the Great Depression's on. We still send people to baseball. I wish I knew the baseball speech from Field of Dreams given by James Earl Jones. Baseball. Baseball is what brings us together. Baseball has always been the Simba. Luke, I am your father. I think is how the speech went. It was something just like that. Maybe I've confused some things. I'm not sure. More stories. New story of music premiere bombs. The Phoenix Opera House. Sorry, no time for that kind of story. Speaking of time, friends, another hour's gone by. It is now 11 o'clock my time. Time for a quick little break, a little more crossword puzzle. Maybe I say it's more coffee. I am out of coffee. All right, this ad break, we're gonna get some coffee. I've decided because I want more coffee. So thank you for being here with us. Just a brief break. Don't you worry. You'll miss nothing other than, this is a game where I can't just run the, I can't just let it run in the background because we will absolutely lose if so. So I'll turn up the game music, enjoy the sounds of the 1930s. There they are. Back in a moment. Appreciate you. Thanks a bunch. hello again. Made it back before 3 minutes. I'm an absolute hero, aren't I? While I was gone, I remembered that I told the students on Friday I'd have an assignment for them ready on Monday. I need to give an assignment out today. The assignment does not yet exist. So today, while eating my lunch, I'm going to have to type up an assignment. I've been thinking about it, right? It's in here somewhere. Definitely in here somewhere, and yeah, it just needs to come into physical being. But yeah, I think occasionally my students think I'm much better organized than I actually am. But, you know, I try my best. I think that counts for something. I shouldn't play the game till the ad break's over. Gotta maintain the, what I've said is the case. I've watched some other streamers who deal with ad breaks by just sitting very quietly and just waiting. Because they say, I don't want you to miss anything. And so they'll make sure it's the case that the viewers don't miss either the game content or conversation. But man, the idea of just like standing there for 3 minutes and not talking at all feels weird, man. I mean, the streamer I have in mind is a somewhat weird streamer anyway, but I haven't finished the assignment yet in my research tree. You're exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, it is the case that I know what I want to do. I swear it's in there somewhere. Just a matter of time and getting it finished. Friends, it's Friday in game. Time is flying by. There's still 3 stories unknown. I believe it's the case the stories that we, the stories we have are good enough for the week. You can probably push out 1 or 2 more. The unemployment story, a big deal. We finished about 2 hours, and then more economy will have more selling. And that'll be a lovely, lovely way to go. The story requires a bribe here, because I have no money. I'm actually going to refuse. There's an alarming story. You know. All right, all finished. Economy is the hot topic. Unfortunately, I did not choose economy as our mission of the week, but if I had other economy, I'll go and grab it. Speaking of grabbing it, wait for the cabs to come in so we can bring more reporters in. Hey, they're already there. Good job, team. And one more here. One more week in school to release your crazy humans at your house. Is summer vacation coming for your kids? Best of luck to them. Hey, if we do this one, we get a new object also. So we're sending someone down to Nashville. Epiphany Guides Schools. Studies should be brought into classrooms. I don't know what the Epiphany is, but I look forward to seeing soon enough. And I'm always delighted by how summer vacations work in different areas of the world. As mentioned previously, here in Japan, there's not really such a thing. There are breaks, but they do not happen in the summer. Schools finish up in May or so, and then colleges often start very, very soon thereafter. And you just keep going for a while, and eventually you get a job, and keep working forever. And that's life. That's what you got. There's a big open area here I want to use for something. I guess more reporters would be good, because we are now finding stories that require more than one person to report out all the way. But let's get you some stories of sports and triumph. Decade's first world title fight. Jimmy Slattery beats Lou Skaza by decision in 15 rounds. Maybe next week we'll need a story of triumph to impress someone, so we'll have that in the hopper if need be. That's right, the hopper. The editor's desk. I don't know what they want to call it. But story of society and heartbreak. Fire ravages prison. Oh, heartbreak there. On the day of his parole, man is consumed by flames. I got a new item. We received an item of solar system poster. More knowledge of society. Called the cutting desk. I think that's about right. We are cutting out this garbage, they tell. Alright, so we have this story of society. This is the best / worst part of the game, is you have to play Tetris to get all of the different kinds of posters and such put together. Though it's the case that telegraphy cares about society, is not able to do the solar system, so we have no one else doing arts right now. Are you doing society, my friend? What's Harry Jackson focused on? Skills, no society, econ, crime, sports. We don't know those things quite yet, but more unlocked. You have to find some gifts for your family as you go back to France next week. Hey, we'll see you, Dago. Have fun finding some gifts. Everyone loves candy and socks. Bring home socks. I got a worker available there. There are no more stories for the week. We can roll the presses now and see what we have. Again, the stories they want are alarming and crime. So, to the paper. Hey, we've got 2 economy stories. Awesome. So, this is economy, society, and adventure. We don't have a crime and economy story, unfortunately. There are no more econ stories. So front page could also have society. This is a story of society, criminality, and so much else. So a really nice front page there. But back page is crime and alarming all the way through if possible. We have no other stories of crime or alarming, unfortunately. So I'll just grab some random story. You ready later this morning, later this evening. These are both Monday stories, so we'll grab the sports story. The Boston Bruins win. NHL record 14th straight game. My friends, that's it. We start printing. Had to buy more paper, but that's A-okay. We are in the red as we print, in the black. 26,000, the most we ever had before. Who rang the bell? Sort of alarming and concerned. The criminal's a creative artist. The detective, the only critic. Some weird artsy commentary on the crime of our city. We are positive on cash once more at 5347. I believe this number is before the expenses come out. All right, East New York is mine.
Welcome to the heart of the storm, where loyalties are tested, the shadows reign our destiny.
All right, so we printed 3 alarming stories for 1,500 money. Here are the expenses. So down to 4,000, that's still so much better. You recall before we printed, we had $128 left. Hey, more people became juniors and getting level up in topography and in resupply. I don't know what it is to be better at resupply. Perhaps walking a little faster, maybe organizing even better, but that's great. A shop open for us. Let's see what we can buy. Right, so each of these buildings you come to, you're allowed to purchase new things. At the police station, we have 13 points right now. And so we can get a magnifier book stand. That gives a bonus to what? Hello? I thought mousing over would show you what it gives you. +1 crime. +1 crime for 4 points. The coat hanger is a bonus to noise control, heat control, smell control, and a prestige item. The prestige not in the game. Or lastly, the security booth. Gotta keep that rabble out. Our first security booth and security abilities. And I think we have 2 crime reporters. So a book stand could be good. We then have only 7 points remaining. So we could save those. Or the alarm bell does what? 1 bonus security. Gotta keep them spies out. No mafia allowed. The alarm light costs more. Could get the coat hanger. I'm gonna save my points right now, I think. Alright, now as we're thinking about where to unlock next, we should also be thinking about what kind of unlocks we want to go for. Because you can see, for example, here you get a sports clipboard or a sports bookcase. You also get yourself nicer plants and a gumball machine, tasty food. We go over this way to the harbor, we get a big globe. We get day planners, give me a bonus to typesetting, better assembly with a calendar, and additional page modules. Very expensive. More page modules could be good though. So I want to work my way down to the harbor if possible. For that, we'd have Flatbush with stories of sports and crime and tragedy. Let me see what the Mafia wants first, and then we'll see if we can fit those 2 together.
My favorite team is about to play against their biggest rivals. I'd love to be on the winning side of the East River. I banked big on a Dodgers win. You'd write some fear to those Giants' head. In the same way that David put that stone into the Giants' head, I need you to put fear in their head. No more Giants. Start repaying some debt you and your uncle owe me.
It's one Mafia story. We know the Mafia story would be a sports-based story. So again, these people here want sports, a perfect constance of desires, all I ever want. We have the workbench now, when things break down. So something is broken as we begin. The printer is not functioning, unfortunately. We're also out of paper. Price for new floor is 5,000. Not this week, maybe next week. Okay. So, if we're gonna get someone to repair things, can we jam one more person into the janitor's closet? Janitor, more like jamator. Alright. Workbench does not quite fit there. How big is the security booth? Does not quite fit there. Alright, so we're going to move these out the way for right now, and then try to jam these folks together just a wee bit more. How nice and close they are now. And then does security fit there? It does. And actually we have one open space too. Move them apart again to give them their plant back. And I feel a little bad having taken their poster, so we'll bring that back also. Lovely Brooklyn, where we work. We need our first security guard then. So Clara Morgan or Steve Jenkins or Stephen Abrams. Steve Jenkins has skill and security. Pikachu, I choose you. Lovely security guy. If I move these over just slightly, really jamming them on in, and move the washer over a step, can we get a mechanic in also? It's gonna be real close. Indeed we can. One room, 3 folks. We love it. Cool. Alright, so that'll get the broken item fixed. It's fixed by Sunday, that's fine. Looking for sports and crime and tragedy. Also, we're out of paper. We'll buy a bunch more of that. Yeah. What else can we buy? Oh, we can buy the upgrades we got. The alarm bell gives 1 more security. So putting it above the security officer gives him another security point. What the security points do, got no idea. We also unlocked some reporting accessories. This new magnifying book stand. So it goes onto the crime reporter desk and the crime reporter desk. Better criminal knowledge would be wonderful for the upcoming crime story we need. Repairman, I believe, is working his way upstairs to go repair over here. We found some stories. I want to focus on sports stories in particular, because the Mafia is going to be there. In the short term, we have a story of tragedy in society or gruesome and crime. We already have a tragedy story, apparently. It's probably outdated. So maybe we can grab the... Let me grab the crime one while I know it's here, because I need to have some crime, and the other ones are already handled. Is there another story available yet? There is. A story of all these things together. Big story, top story, government building engulfed amid arson suspicions. A story of crime and tragedy in society and government and statements. So much, so much. We have 8 days to knock it out. Authorities probe suspicious origins of fire. Reporters crying while thinking about it. That's terrible. It's terrible. We still have this nice open area here. I think it makes sense to move this reporter over slightly. So we can put the water closer to here. So people, when walking upstairs to use it, can get there more quickly. Good. More stories. Story sports. They need sports. This is the Mafia story. The Subway Series Sunday. We're going to learn about Ebbets Field. The Dodgers trained extra hard. Time to slay some giants, says Coach Depler. Is Depler a real person? Any of you know the history of baseball in New York? Move some stuff around. We're about to move things around. Already done. Ideally, people shouldn't work in uncomfortable areas. Try moving the desk or build some walls. So the uncomfortable part here is just the lack of a trash can nearby. But there is absolutely no room. And so the trash will be dealt with by the janitor from right here. Cool. Yeah, it's a week of savings, I believe. If I can avoid buying anything else this week, I'd be very, very pleased. There's 6 stories left on Tuesday. One of these stories is complicated. A few more days of working on it by themselves. So another reporter wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but I'm not sure. The trash can go under desks, so can it? Oh, it can. Thanks for catching that. What's the upgraded green arrow over walking person? The upgraded green arrow means they've upgraded in their skill, I believe. Or at least earned experience towards their skill. So it's a sign of progress in our time. Thank you for catching that you could put the trash can under the table. I had no idea on that. Oh, it's so nice. You can even jam more space in there. Attention, a new story. Boxing phenomenon stops. There was boxing and now there's not. We'll get a new item if we do that one. I want the item, but also need to keep this one going. Outcry over services being halted for 3 months. What kind of services? Is it lack of fire departments? Is it lack of street cleaning? The government has failed these people, and we're the ones who call them to account. Those are the words I say, at least. There's some good words. There's one Jack Depler for football with search. Cardi, thank you for searching that. So not a baseball person, a football person. I mean, the Giants are a football team, but versus the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers are only a baseball team. More sports, more sports. Many stakes for the gallant fox. Oh, it's a horse, apparently. Gallant fox, a horse. That's good. How do I accept responsibility of providing people with accurate and not inflammatory news? It's the year 1930. The accurate news is the inflammatory news. By causing people to be inflamed, they will be curious about their world. They will engage more fully with the world around them. We believe in informed and angry electorates. I like it. Yeah, I know the Giants are both football and also baseball, but Dodgers, I think, are only baseball, not football, which is why I think it's a football story ultimately. All right. Need to have the government make a statement. Way down here in, I don't know, Hotlanta, Georgia, maybe? Ronald Porter is still finding his way back home. Come on. Ronald's here. That's not him. There's Ronald. McDonald, you go upstairs. Help you out. You have to go through the door to drop off the paper. That's weird. Alright. Almost done. Oh, you're not Ronald. You're the other person. We got a new item. Boxing gloves. Plus 1 point to sports reporting. Nice. Still not back. Ronald? The people must see you. This story is going to end very soon. The Subway series story has not been researched. The employee is stuck in the toilet. So this means it's delayed because the employee's in the bathroom. We have a bit of a backup on the bathroom. So I think it makes sense for us to make a second bathroom fairly soon. I do not know what happens if they have to wait too long for the bathroom. I mean, I know what happens, but I don't want to think about it. So I'm going to move the bullpen over to the left here. And in that way, have space for a new bathroom on the right-hand side there. So everybody gets to move over just a wee bit. We got to make sure we also move the research items over and get the new sports one as well. News stories, economy, or politics. 13 submarines have been scrapped. Or just pure economy. I think neither of these are super interesting. Of the stories we have, there are no econ stories. There is one politics story, so hit the politics one, I guess. The Ron Porter is currently busy. I'm going to scrap the other one. We don't care about snowstorms in Chicago. That's the kind of news that melts people's attention away. Ho, ho, ho. Okay. May I make this new sports item? We have 2 sports reporters. I believe you can overlap people's bonus items, like if these 2 desks were side by side. But for right now, we Don't need to do that kind of thing. All right, all this room for a new bathroom, maybe even for a new janitorial closet and such. It's the first and second floors, so that seems less important. We could move the janitors up one floor, though, and make more room for typesetting here, possibly. That will come in the future. For now, it is time for a new tiled bathroom. Probably easier to start with the appliances, and then work our way out to the actual wall. So jam you in there. We then need to have probably a light in there for one. So we'll move one light over to here. Eventually we'll get nicer lights. For right now we just have the open bulb hanging above. Okay, where is the sink? I think a large part of this game for me is trying to remember what kind of thing the different items are. Is sink comfort? It is comfort cool. Need a mirror also. Mirrors apparently keep smells down. I don't understand how that is. Little fan also. A little bit of smell left. So we can add an air vent as well. Put it right here. No more smells. Finally dealt with. I want to tile it up, but not until the wall is up. Not wall. Sorry, wall with door, rather. Cool. Looks good. Yeah, the washing station versus the sink. And the washing station versus sink confused me. Here, tiles actually keep down the smell also. Maybe we don't need the vent. Yeah, looks good. I have a stashed vent if at some point we want it. Friends, I give you a second bathroom. Let's give them a little plant too. That's lovely. Gaze upon the plant and feel good. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Big improvement, big happy. More space if need be. Then I said I'm not going to spend much money this week. Didn't quite happen. I say a lot of things. I like News Tower a lot. When I decided to play this game again today, I wasn't quite sure if I'd be able to fall back into the rhythm, because it is a game we played a fair amount of earlier. But no, it is feeling real fun for just a couple days here. Another story of economics. Unless there's something cool on it. It's economics and hopeful story about having radios in the airplane. Maybe. Rob Porter is still not available, so what we're seeing is we need another politics reporter. So next reporter we get, absolutely politics guy, or gal, politics person. Let's not be overly gendered here. I could steal a tile from the bathroom. If I do that, I could then put a water cooler right in the middle here, so people don't have to go upstairs to use the water cooler. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Porter, where are you? There he is. Stop! No, stop, please! Where's Porter? No luck. Mid next cab. How long does it take to drive back from wherever you are? 5 hours remain until he gets there. So his last story probably will not finish. But that's okay. We can save it for next week then. Got a lot of stories going. Including the ones we need to convince Flatbush to love us. Clean, clean. This bathroom is overly large. If we want to, we can jam more people in a little bit more. There he is. Upstairs you go. Drop off the story. Starts walking away. Immediately gets deployed again. And there's one more story to find. We probably will not get it this week, but we have more than enough stories to fill a newspaper and to meet all the requirements of the week. Unfortunately, this person's still a little heartbroken. They are walking through areas that are kind of green. Unfortunately, upstairs just isn't. So our poor little worker upstairs would like something nice. But we finally find a story of inspiration and entertainment. Lithographs on sale. Buy your own artwork. We don't need that one for this week. So a good story all the way through. I think if we give the worker a clock upstairs, that'll keep him happy enough. Look, rejoice. The seconds of your life are ticking by. As the They Might Be Giants song puts it, now you're even older, and now you're even older, and now you're even older still. I want to put the paper together, but I don't want to run it until I send out my last reporter whenever he arrives. So we can start putting it together. Okay, so we have a real big story here. Done at 2200 tonight. Wow. Why not put the mechanic upstairs since the press breaks down? CS Prof, I believe that anything can break down. I'm not sure on that, but it's a good call. If only the printer breaks down, then definitely worth doing. So this is our top story. Story of crime, heartbreak, etc. The Mafia story can be anywhere in the paper, correct? Yes. So we know that page number 2 will be our Mafia sports story. We have a second sports story, and we have a third sports story. Cool. We need crime and heartbreak both. This story will do that. So a second crime story. I think it's a society story, the best we can do. Oh wait, this story has sports and also triumph. The two together is better, only one. Glad I caught that. Waiting for our top story. It's apparently going to finish just before midnight. We're going to run it with no front page story. Welcome, welcome. Where is it currently? So now it's saying 3 p.m. I don't know why it sped up, but it did. If you want to, and if you need to, you can kill other stories that are ahead of it in line, but it is the top story going through right now. It finishes at about 3 p.m. We have another report ready for this one for next week. Awesome. So next week we ideally want stories of art and sport both, I believe. It's finished? It's finished? Okay. Lots of time to spare. Top story goes in. We're going to sell 32,000 stories. I don't believe I can do much better. With everything for Flatbush. Roll that paper. Another week more success. So that's the 4th week in a row of record sales. It'll probably stop at some point, but going pretty well. Eventually we'll get ad revenue also. Eventually we'll sell ads. I believe some of them are politically tinged in a way that upsets the Mafia. We'll see.
We want nothing but success for you and your paper. This way your debt will be cleaned in no time. I'm a man of business, as your uncle knows.
You recall our uncle left town very quickly. Going in with the Mafia may be a mistake. Nice. Our profits are climbing ever higher. A little bit less so that month than last month, but it's about the same. Anyway, of our first meteor level worker. So someone has gotten a 2nd level. That's fine. It's a production person. Our very first typesetter has leveled up more and more. That's great. Okay. We've unlocked now the Industry City Harbor. So in the short term, we can grab the big globe for +2 telegraphy. That allows us to have stories come in even faster. Day Planner gives 1 bonus to typesetting for 4 money. For influence, the calendar is 6. So 4 + 6 would be, boom, 10. That could be great. Page module 3, a 3rd page we could support last week because each page has 3 stories. So we have extra stories we could have used. But 16's more than I have, so let's not worry about that. For right now, let's see here. I'm going to grab the improvement to typesetting because that is consistently the thing that holds us back a little bit. Okay, so 1 typesetter, 1 assembler. Good for now. Okay, what does the Mafia want this week?
A rival family plots a treacherous game, and now my flawless reputation is at stake. I'm worried bigly. The first rule is this business is that we control the narrative publisher. You and me, all the people, all the best people know. It's our reputation. Only you hold the quill to not write about politics or society this week. So it's a very boring arts and sports
rag. No real stories of incitement, no real stories of concern, just a story, no politics, no society. Can I do that for you? They want politics. Can't do that. They want sports and adventure, likely crime and society. So crime is fine. Anyone want like sports and arts? Arts or entertainment and gossip. Sports and entertainment all the way. Let's do it, let's do it. Sports and entertainment. Can I mark out 2 of them? Yeah. Do those first. Alright, so we cannot do politics or society. Let me kill the old society story. Politics here, we'll go and kill also. Probably will not want to use the old stories, but we'll see. Once again on paper. So if we want to, we can go ahead and get a new floor. If we get the new floor, I cannot do anything to fill it up. So probably not worth it right now. One story is being reported out from last week. That's fine. It's not an old story then. We got ourselves new upgrades. We should use those. So the day planner for our typesetters. We could put these together to save a little money, but I think for right now it's okay to give them their own. And only $50 each, not too bad. And then a calendar to keep track of what day it is. That's nice for you both. All right, good improvements. We had a pop-up saying we can do more hiring if we want to. We could look through the reporters, especially. I mean, if we're not buying a new floor, a new reporter would be doable. I said I need a new politics reporter in particular. So this person's crime, economy, and politics. We already have 2 people on crime and economy, though only 1 on politics. Okay, looking for anybody who has only 1. So entertainment and politics would be ideal. Okay, Bernard Wallach here would be good, because it's a combination of entertainment and society. I have only 1 of each of those, though that is not helping with the politics issue. That said, this week was no politics, correct? Yeah, no politics. So I kind of want to hire Bernard here. Let's go and throw in another desk. Always money for another reporter. This is the golden age of newspapers when there's always money for the work that we actually do here, as opposed to only money for, I don't know, getting our new website up. Online ads will be the future of this company. Sports, society, entertainment. Have all those. The reporter upgrades here. The game is paused. Gotta make sure I do that to avoid missing stories. You said society for 1. Entertainment? Yes. There's also sports, I believe. Yes. Okay. Is that all we can do for you now? Sports, society, entertainment. Boom, boom, boom. Story number 1. Sports and entertainment both. This is sort of entertainment and gossip. That's exactly what people want. They want entertainment and gossip. The perfect story to start the week. Alienation of affection. Out in Hollywood. We'll send new Bernard. He might get sued. Does he get away with it? Oh, he does. We dodged the lawsuit. I'll pretend it's interesting. So we go out there, we dig in someone's garbage can. The wife sues husband for It Girl, Clara Bow affair. It's sort of sports this week also, just pure sporting. We'll send you that way. Hometown favorite wins final. An amateur boxer wins big. A lot of paper outside. Or waiting for things to happen will help bring it in. Having a supply room upstairs is probably not ideal, as is the case we use paper on all the floors. We may need more. Remember a lawyer from last time? Yeah, so if you get sued there before you've unlocked the lawyer, you just lose the case. You can defeat lawsuits if you have a lawyer working. We have to unlock the lawyer by going to City Hall, I believe. I'm not exactly sure how that worked. A story of society or entertainment gossip. A schoolhouse fire. I want to know about the children of the reporters who were there. Or children of the celebrities who were there, rather. Yes. rumors talk of a student play gone wrong. The entertainment story is about children's theater. My favorite and perhaps yours too. New telegraph station would be useful, as we have 4 reporters, one of which is standing around drinking water out of a coffee mug. Who would do such a thing? We can afford another telegrapher, though it is the case that's probably not the ideal use of our money. It's okay. Over in this direction, they need more sources of joy, so I might get them a painting or something. Bring me more. Breaking news! Insolent Milwaukee murder! Reports of a high-profile murder right on the doorsteps of a courthouse. If that doesn't show a total lack of respect for honorable authorities, what does? Who is really running America in these prohibition times? Story of crime? Does it come with anything other than crime? It's pure crime. Makes crime more interesting. So for a lot of print crime this week, might get attacked by the mob while trying it. Dennis Brown, don't get beat up, kid. Mobsters big furious. Uh-oh. 2 mobsters show up. This is not good, boss. They're coming. So this is definitely a case of seeing a new mechanic in the game. That mechanic is the mob's gonna arrive. Here they come. Who are these men coming to our offices? They show up with baseball bats. We need security. Luckily, we have security. Security guards. Meet them on the stairs and punch them out. Security guard walks back inside. They start beating on my stuff, beating on my people. It's pure intimidation. Oh, stop that. Security guard's very slow up the stairs, but goodbye, my friend. So they have a cooldown on how long it takes to kick people out, but they're all kicked out now. We're fine. The mob did not defeat me this time. A story of entertainment. More gossip. Lombard's leading lady. She signs with Paramount Pictures in a new talkies era. Love it. Hey Oracle, do I still play the game Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes? I love that game. That's a really fun game, but no, I tend not to play multiplayer games on stream anymore. They tend to be not quite what I'm looking for. Alright, so the Mafia that came and beat us up, I believe is not the same Mafia we're currently helping. I find that multiplayer games and Discord games, a certain bit of the community enjoys those, but a lot of the community isn't totally into it, and that's okay. Different phases. This used to be a very community-focused stream, where like one day a week we'd play party games and so on, and that was a nice era, but the stream is in a new era now, a better era, the greatest of all possible eras, in fact. I need to find another one of the Telegraph people. What kind of thing is that? I'm not allowed to have another one yet. I can afford it, but there's none in stock right now. This is the best era until the next era. We talked at the beginning of the stream today. Should the next era be playing this game right here? Let me see if I can find this game I'm thinking about playing on stream. It's this one right here. It's probably free to play. Wouldn't that be cool? Free to play game? I mean, I've heard good things about it. Our stream could spend some time with dwarves. We definitely played a lot of Warhammer. If you like Warhammer, why wouldn't you like dwarves and griffins and greenskins? Oh, it's perfect! Oh, it's perfect! Nah, we'll probably stay as strategy and simulation and base builders for the foreseeable future, as they're the kind of games that I'm best at right now. I find the most engaging, frankly. Some part of you does wonder, should we do MMO on like April Fool's Day? Maybe. No more Just Dance. My apartment is too small for Just Dance. That's the lie I'm going with. There's just no space for Just Dance at all. Alright, I got a story of crime. Alright, so hot story about crime. If we go this way, we get influence points. But if we get the statement, we can't learn the deeper knowledge of our society. That's politics, rather. We can't learn about politics at all. That, though, is disallowed, so we will increase penalties act. First-time offenders get 5 years and a $10,000 due fine. We're learning so much. And more sports. More sports. At this point, we have every reporter we need. We get to have a moment of, I can't do that story for lack of reporters. The Just Dance was the first stream we landed on. Yeah. We talk about this occasionally, like, where do viewers come from? I mean, I know when a mommy viewer and a daddy viewer, etc., but it is always striking to me the various games that people will say, hey, Resorty, I first saw you when you were playing ... It's always cool. In some measure, all the viewers are a reminder of the history of the stream. Alright, an ocean liner has sunk. We don't care about society this week. Sorry, ocean liner. Probably the Mafia did that one. You know, it was a long time ago you've been in and out. Maybe SimCity. I've never streamed SimCity. Yeah, I've streamed City Skylines, which is similar enough. You know, I played SimCity like long ago in my my late teens, early 20s probably, but not as a streamer. So, yeah, some viewers have like big lists of, or sorry, not some viewers, some streamers have big lists of all the games they've streamed. I thought about making one, but not sure it's worth it. Alright, so can we get a statement from Agent Ness's office? That's Elliot Ness, one of the, what they call the gangbusters. Remember watching that movie? It's a black and white film from, I don't know when it is, but I watched it at my grandma's house. It was late in the evening, and this story of heroic crime fighter Elliot Ness out there fighting prohibition. All very exciting until fairly late in the show. They suddenly have like a gangland murderer. I was probably 7 years old, and that image scarred me that night. Triple jail time and affect their wallets, says Elliot Ness. Trying to stop prohibition at any cost. Because that was a somewhat tragic evening for old me. So you can only go one direction here. Finishing this side destroys this side. You could do this side first and then go to this one. But we don't want the politics angle for this week. So keep that in mind. Okay. Looking like a good week again. I don't know what week it is, but things are going pretty well right now. Good. As I mentioned, some people do look at, or some streamers do make lists of every game they've ever played. Have any of you ever used them? Have any of you ever said, I'm curious what games a streamer's played, I'm going to look through this big list, or do they exist for no one in particular to look at? A story of society and heartbreak. I could learn this for next week, but it's only Friday. That's not going to matter too much. So we have found our last stories. This one right here. The reporting is all done on Friday. That feels a little bit silly. I'll have a little office party this evening being done early. I guess the one reason it'd be useful to have a big list of every game I've ever played, either on stream or not on stream, is sometimes viewers do come by and say, hey, Resorty, if you played X game, and then I could say, please look at this document here. I could also just say, yes. It's probably much easier to say yes than look at a document. Now, if I got to the point where I want to ignore that question, people in the channel could say, hey, look at this document. I don't know the answer, but it's all here. Because there's some questions I do tend to just ignore. And ones like that probably I wouldn't ignore, but other ones I do ignore occasionally. You do once or twice review the list, see what streamers play, but not regularly. Yeah, I think that's it. I think there's like a population who would be really curious and a population who would not care. And so is it worth the time putting it all together? Probably not. Probably not. It's only Saturday. This one's done at 2000. This one's done at 7:35 today. This one's done at Sunday at 9:41 a.m. We got a new item. It's bookkeeping. More economic research. Drastic result is yet another bank fails. Econ reporters, I got things for you. It does not fit on your desk, unfortunately. I have to move the potted plant to the ground instead. She doesn't want a close balance on her desk. And the bookkeeping takes 2 slots, though. Is anyone else a econ reporter? I don't think so. Actually, yeah, Dennis Brown and Harriet Jackson both are. Who are those people? You're Harriet Jackson. This person is Dennis Brown. So he wants an econ book also. I don't think it can fit on his desk, unfortunately. I think it does take 2 slots, not just the one. He does society also. Let's see. Bookkeeping. Yeah, it is too wide, unfortunately. That's fine. Harriet would be our number 1 reporter of those things, not anybody else. You bought the Keep Talking, how much fun you had playing with me. It's cool. I mean, Keep Talking Nobody Explodes is a really good party game. It is so much fun. If you've not seen it, it's a game in which you have to defuse bombs. And so one player of the game will be the diffuser. They have to report what they see on this bomb, like what kind of codes there are and what wires are and so on. And then another person or people are the experts. And they get this PDF document of all the different combinations of a bomb. And the best part is of the party game is how difficult it is for these people to communicate to each other. Because what's obvious to the expert is not obvious at all to the diffuser and vice versa. It's a really fun party game. But if you're having parties and want to do things other than the Jackbox game, Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. Super, super fun. We should go top speed, shouldn't we? Let's start putting the paper together. It's a little early in the week, but roll those presses! I'm working. So they want entertainment and gossip, no politics or society. Cool. So the big deal right now is criminality. This one finishes Sunday at 2:40 a.m. Amazing teaching tool. Yeah, I have considered teaching a logic class using Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. It could also be useful for telling stories about like communication across cultures and so on, but I keep saying one of these days I want to learn about teaching via games, but haven't thought too much about it yet. So the front page is currently just crime and a statement. We don't have anything else that fits in with that, unfortunately. So page 2 will be the entertainment and gossip page. We have 3 of those, just what the people want. Check, check. Alright, in that case we have some old stories we're not going to use. We can go and dump them. I believe they dump themselves after a week, but I can hit those here. Lovely. Okay. Logically includes exclusive or? Yeah, things like that for sure. And then sequence ideas and... I don't know. I don't remember the game well enough, but while playing it years ago, I had the thought that this would be useful for at least basic ideas in a formal logic class, but I've forgotten what exactly I wanted to do with it just too long ago. A number 1 story is finished. We read about Elliot Ness. Again, I'm surprised the Mafia's okay with running out this story. And then page 1, I don't know, like really whatever. Here, you have 2 tags. Rare Regis and Kemp's Prince offered next week. This sounds like it's possibly a story about an ad, but that's okay. And this really is the best I can do, I believe. With the silver story there, it sells even more. So this is not our best week of sales ever, but it is at least functional. So we'll run this paper. Done an hour or 2 earlier than last time. Behold! The things most people want to know about are none of their business. Oh, they love the gossip. And then never before they entertainment's much. Didn't do any hard-hitting stories, but still... 9,000 money, that's enough money to get a new floor. Happiness, you do know how to print newspapers after all. Good job. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Alright, so February to March, good money. March to April, a little less so. Though I wonder if the red part here indicates how much of your income was taken. And so the final lower gray is the profit. That's right, the profit, praise be his name. So it is climbing month on month. They're doing better and better. Cool. With the loan payback, I wonder if there's a way I can see how much I've already paid back. We're paying back only 40 money a month. And so 40 into 2000 is going to take a while, so we'll have to see how this goes. Alright, very soon we're going to get people to that senior level, paying out the big money to them, but they're doing better and better and better. Alright, we've unlocked something new, the Ritz Theater. We get a gramophone, bonus to entertainments. We can get a landscape painting. I believe you can put multiple of these. We currently have 19 points of influence. That is enough to get another page of the newspaper. Nutrition, new popcorn machine. Only junk food for us. Or the chandelier. I want to swing on the chandelier. The chandelier here. All right, let's get ourselves this new page module. We have 2 points left, I believe 3 points left. Is that enough to get anything at all? I believe the answer just be no on that one. For, hey, 2, the painting, absolutely great. More happens for everybody. That might be an exclusive item, though, of just 1. God. What I most want to find is the building that gives me a new telegraph. Coney Island is janitor jobs. Could be cool. The firehouse is nothing of the sort. The radio tower is what we need. So, ideally I want to take one of these 2 for next week to get access to that. Alright.
I've seen you taking my request very well. That's good. A new partnership built on trust can thrive, you know.
Print 1 Mafia story again.
This time, I need you to rekindle the passion for boxing. With the gosh darn crash.
I love the idea that Mafia says gosh darn.
No one's betting, not a single dime. Boxers need to feed their families, and so do I.
His clothes, expensive. We gotta fight and he's promoting. Make that bell ring. It's a 1 Mafia story, again, probably sports. Do they want sports this direction? Entertainment, adventure, inspiring. So it's not relevant to sports. This one here, society and tragedy. Again, not really sports. If we have a 3rd page, though, we can probably force sports in. We could look for a place that's better for sports and hold off on the telegraph desk for another week. Economy and politics. Story of statistics, big old nerds there. It is sports, but the other ones are kind of complicated. Sports and adventure gives access to Forest Hill Stadium, for sports upgrades and more comfort and more food. An easier one. But again, it's waiting a whole nother week. I guess my thought is to go ahead and take one of these, because it's possible the Mafia will lock these off next week. So, society and tragedy or entertainment, adventure, inspiring. The easier of the 2 is the society and heartbreak, or society and tragedy rather. Alright, got a week, let's go. Hello Phelan, happy birthday to you. Phelan, you were here on Saturday and so was your birthday then. What day is your birthday? Is every day your birthday? Alright, we gotta start by saying we want society, tragedy, and sport. There's 10 stories. I bet we can push through all of them. We already have old stories of sport if we need them. So, not sure. The one I select doesn't lead to the tower. Oh, is that true? Where's the world map? Is it M? It is. Oh no, you're absolutely right, it doesn't. It leads over to here. Well, it leads us to the firehouse at least. You're absolutely right though. You're absolutely right there. I apologize for my inability to see the lines. It'll be a fun week anyway. Alright, so here about sport and society. And heartbreak can come from crime or society. Hopefully get there. Cool. Then got some new things also. Namely, the printing page module. New floor, $5,000 reduce. Now, it is possible, if you want to have the printing press run through multiple floors. I think for right now, it's preferable to keep moving upstairs. Except. The stairs from here go to here, I believe. And I think the idea of having someone having to pass through this room It feels really terrible. Let's see what happens, though. So if we start with the staircase up, it has to originate from here, I believe. Right? You can't go up 2 floors, can you? These stairs are only ever 1 floor. Oh, you can do 2 floors. I had no idea. That's A plus yes. Does that mean I can go from here all the way up to here? No, it's too far outside, unfortunately. Huh. Eventually we'll have elevators. And that'll be a glorious time. Okay. This might work, actually. We'll need 1 more printer space. So just enough space to put a door in there. Glorious. Then page 1, move upstairs. Page 2 upstairs. And then here comes page number 3. There she is. Isn't she lovely? We then need the export here. Probably next page we'll need to go ahead and go upstairs through the floor. Right now, though, it just fits there. Hopefully, eventually, we can turn all of the floors into an elevator straight up. That is a little bit awkward. We were set up around the staircases, but the elevators are much faster. I believe when we first had the elevator, we ended up having a real backup. So possibly elevators and stairs together are a good way to go. All right, so that part's dealt with. We have even more space for what I do not know. We also unlocked landscape painting. We have 1 landscape painting. Who should get it? I'm going to give it to our boys in telegraphy. The sun is climbing out as the stories are climbing out too. I think that's all I got this week. And we do also have a spare air vent throw somewhere. Up here in the very sad place, we'll put an air vent. Friends, another hour's gone. It's now noon o'clock my time. Time for a quick 3-minute break. We'll go ahead and do that and then get back to our game. We have probably an hour and a half left to stream left today. As I said earlier, I did tell my students I'd give them an assignment today, and I most certainly have not done that yet, unfortunately. A story where many plot points are spun out. Oh, spun out. I didn't think about Charlotte's Web, but it is Charlotte's Web. That's sweet. I think that's how Charlotte's spelled. Alright, look out, everyone. Brace yourselves. So this, oh, it says supper. Is it super? Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday is part of the U.S. election calendar. Completely forgot about that. Brace yourselves. Good. As we get these downs now. Type of ball or fracture. A stress. Of course, stress fracture. Stressed ball. So fam was incorrect. Probably little sister or brother is a sibling. So sib for short. Times Athlete of the Year is Lionel Messi, of course. Should have gotten that one very early. A tip of a tongue. Tip of a tongue. Spread sloppily. Huh. Disassemble and analyze is like reverse engineer. Does that fit? A smear, of course. Good. So, tip of the tongue is ease. So, like Japanese or... what's another language that ends in ease? Well, who knows? Who knows? That is the correct answer, though. What's over here, then? And now, what happens, possibly? Yeah, like Taiwanese. Thank you. Portuguese. Immediately I thought of, like, French and English. Like, well, those don't work, unfortunately. Like a polymath's knowledge. Broad knowledge, certainly. Model Huntington Whiteley. No idea. Shapes of many Christmas ornaments. I said orbs earlier. Spheres is the correct issue. Cantonese. Yes, thank you all for knowing the word I can't come up with. Lost causes are like hopeless, possibly. Suspicious of, probably on to. Lost causes. Goners. There we go. Okay, so what is this then? Is it Bel Air? LA neighborhood in a 90s sitcom. The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. They're taken during a feud. You take sides. So it's Rosie Huntington Whiteley or Whitley. So and now, I want to say what happens then, what happens soon, something like that. Colorful Hindu celebration. It's spelled that way. You all tell me if it said holy or holly every time I type it. I can never remember. MD performing urgent care. Possibly an ER doc, which I hate, but that'll be okay. Nothing to write home about is merely meh. Amazon Predator, a porch pirate. I take the Amazon packages. Exerts is, exerts. The word yield fits, but it's not correct. Exerts. Forces? Reigns? You're wrong about me. You don't know me. Channel with college games ESPNU. You're wrong about me. No, I don't, probably. Midterm exam. Midterm exam. So it's probably not about schooling. Other terms could be like a presidential term, possibly. The ION is wrong. Oh, ER doc is right, actually. God. Source inspiration. One's muse. The blank state, Idaho. I apologize, I thought it was the potato state. Is it the gin state? Is Idaho a bunch of drunks? Voices above basses or tenors. Oh, it's the gem state. Of course it is. We went on a tour out west some years back. Had a little vacation that way, and in Idaho, there's a bunch of like cowboy towns that have tourist traps. Go dig through this dirt, and you might find a gem. Of course, the gems are semi-precious gems, so nothing is special. But it's great fun for the kids. You know, kids are able to say, "Oh wow, I found this beautiful orange rock," even though it's worth basically nothing. The kid is happy, and that's cool. We're gonna do 3 more, and then back to our game. Uncertainties or ifs. Word before tip or card. There's a hat tip. There's a C. So ER doc might be wrong. There's not a hat card. Credit card? No idea. Last one for now. Late spring arrival. Late spring arrival. What's down? In the Hall of the Mountain King, composer's Grieg. Late spring arrival. No idea. I'm stuck on spring now being like sproing. You know, like maybe someone jumping on a pogo stick. My little brother had one of those. He was so good. He jumped very, very high. I myself could not. HPG says there's a sapphire mine where we grew up. You remember many trips to go and come back with a few garnets. Garnets? I don't know if that's a 2-syllable word or a 1-syllable word. I think there's also a gold mine we saw, like some like old school gold mine with all the big rocks already gone. It was possible to get flecks of gold out of it, and that's good fun for the youngsters especially. I'm guessing some people do it with a great hope of maybe finding a big old lump of gold that allows them to retire early, but probably kind of unusual. Work faster, all of you. And next week we must find the other telegraph station. I gotta go to the radio place, but R squared, get all the crossword right. Yeah, definitely the case that some people get jokes I don't get. I'll get them eventually. It's all good. A sports story. This is not the Mafia story, but Graham lost to Battolino in Hartford. Either a story of sports and triumph or sports and defeat. Neither's exactly appealing. We're gonna report it out right quick. Let's take the story of triumph. Everybody loves triumph. Best sports reporter. We have 2 equally good. I'll send you first. Story number 2. Out in Phoenix, a government building is engulfed amid arson suspicions. So, if we unlock all of it, you get a statement story. Yeah, the Mafia wants a story about boxing, but not that story about boxing, apparently. We gotta keep our eyes out for that one. Alright, we can send 2 people at once. We'll send our best society reporter with 3 points to learn about the blaze. And we'll also send our best crime reporter to get a story of tragedy. We want tragedy! We're gonna get tragedy, that part's done. We just gotta keep our eyes out for the Mafia story. We found it just there. Battoliano versus Bushy. If we go there and ask questions in a backyard alley gym, we might get beaten up, but that's what we're gonna do for the story. Good luck, team! Good luck, team! Are we unlucky? We've gotten lucky on all 3 of the checks so far. We've managed to avoid every penalty except one. We got the minor penalty of 2 Mafia people instead of, I think, 8. So, didn't get beaten up. Asked the questions just right. Cool. So we have everything we need to finish the week already. Absolutely grand. Should probably put some lights in here so people can get around more easily. Should probably also put some anti-sound items in here for people walking through. Might be worth another bathroom up this way. Might be worth moving the janitor closet upstairs. Got a lot of open space now. That feels pretty darn good, honestly. Eventually we'll need editors. They might go up here. I might move the editor floor to here, or maybe even keep them with the typesetters. Such possibilities in the near future. For now, though, as I said, we'll put in some anti-sound items if we can. And bring up comfort. Looking pretty bad. So we'll throw in an acoustic panel right there. Helps quite a bit. And a small fan will help also. It's still a little noisy. More acoustic paneling. Stops everything. How are they in food and water? I mean, we have the food and water here and here. We could throw one upstairs. Are you being sympathetic toward my storage person? No sympathy for storage man. Alright, everything is done. We learned about more arson. In just a moment, we'll send Ronald Porter out to get a statement from the government on what has happened there. Everyone's showing up. Upstairs, folks. Turn them in. I believe eventually one's allowed to send your workers on airplanes to get places a little faster. Awesome story. That may be our lead story, actually, given it comes with a silver statement. And it's a bunch of other things, too. So we can build a whole beautiful front page around it. We do have 3 pages, though, so we're going to have to keep our old stories going. Put a light in here also. Oops, new story first. Another story of boxing and gossip, too. Cool. The Churchill Downs, it said. That's definitely not in Denver. I think we have a competitor, Churchill Downs. Pure falsity, that one. A little light here. Looking kind of dank, that's okay. A little light there also. Lovely. Reporter standing around. Not so good. Work faster. Hey, I yelled at him and he found a story immediately. A story of society. Oh no, a story of heartbreak and tragedy. A 13-year-old boy stole a gun and accidentally shot himself. That's a breaking story. Don't like it. Don't like it at all, but breaking enough. Where are we on the map to find the editorial desk? I believe it's at the library, maybe? Yeah, the university gives a number of upgrades, but not editing. Is there a library somewhere? Theater, library. Yeah, this is the editing desk. Lots of editing, including graphics. We know that there's an update in this game. The update is photography. So once we get photography, we can begin adding pretty pictures. We also have the ads page eventually. Still a lot more to unlock in this game. We're gonna do at least a couple more days of it. As I said, I have a game planned to play 4 days from now. Between now and then, we can do basically anything we want to. There also might... BTC. Is this a hidden advertisement for Bitcoin on my stream? How dare you not compensate me for all the Bitcoin we're selling now? Going straight to the moon for sure. Comfort page here, we see everyone's largely happy. Most of us are like hanging out, reading the paper. There's no work to do. We do have 4 reporters still, but yeah, I think there's probably an ideal way to go through the city to unlock all the things you'd like to have. Like I said, having a lawyer would not be the worst thing. Maybe we'll put the lawyer up here eventually. Hear the sounds of the printer above. Oh, speaking of sounds from above, yesterday my wife was listening to a podcast. One sec. A story of economics that can become a story of economics and unrest, or a story of defeat and dirt. We don't really need any of that, so we'll hold off for a moment there. On this side, we have a story of society and hope. Again, nothing actually they do care about society. Cult leader May Otis Blackburn charged with 12 counts of grand theft. protection to disappearance of members under investigation. She stole the members. So my wife was listening to a podcast yesterday. It was an interview with a British fellow about I don't recall what. But the interviewer, an American, said, "And what will happen when the other shoe drops?" This is a very common American idiom, but the British man that was being interviewed had absolutely no idea what it meant. And it surprised me. I thought it was an English language idiom, not an American idiom. But it's an American idiom, apparently. To wait for the other shoe to drop means you know something's happening, like anticipation of some further outcome. And so I looked into where this came from. This is idiom. Apparently came from New York apartment buildings, where when the person who lives above you would take off their shoes, you'd hear one shoe be set down, and then you knew, because they have 2 feet, they'd put down a second shoe, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Again, an American idiom through and through. I find that just delightful. I'm always quite struck when I discover where different phrases and parts of speech come from. So there you go. Now you know things. Good old things to know. Seeing over here, this person doesn't have a great life. Kind of waiting for things to do with no jobs at all. I think idioms are the part of speech I find most interesting. Actually, no, I find implicature the most interesting. The way in which we know what certain phrases mean. Like, there's a beer in the fridge, meaning go get a beer. I find that absolutely fascinating how that works. Why don't they like their shoes? No, not like throwing their shoes, like, oh, I hate you. But instead just taking off one shoe. You know, you take off your shoe and you drop it a little bit. I guess you could very carefully set it down on the ground. But at least when I take off my shoes, I drop it from roughly shin level, I expect. Something like that. Alright, we got 2 more stories to find. One is coming in now. A second one will arrive presently. Got so many reporters out there doing stuff. Definitely have the game pretty well under control right now. Webster's is a podcast about etymology. It's very interesting, called Word Matters. So there's a radio show / podcast I used to listen to about words also. Let's see here. Film actress dead. We'll learn about that also. I think it's called Away with Words, maybe. It's a call-in show primarily, where random people around the US and I guess around the world will call in and say, hey, what's this word mean? Or, hey, my mother and I are arguing how to pronounce this word. Or, where did this word come from? And there'd be, I think, one radio host and one maybe professor of English or some kind of researcher who will work together to discover the background. And the whole story would be about, the whole show about that. Away with Words. I believe they also have a weekly puzzle game made by Will Shortz, the unfortunately recently unwell editor of the New York Times crossword puzzle. Away with Words. Output halted. A factory stopped making things. If we go research this, we'll get more objects. They'll probably help with our economy. We'll see. Hey, Blitzkrieg, take care. 2 weeks away to start your music class. Hope it goes well, friend. We'll be thinking of you. Anytime you're feeling a little down, consider stopping by and seeing the VOD at least. But catch you later. Yeah, my favorite episode of Away with Words, like I said, they get calls about words from all around the world. I believe they've gotten calls about words both from Antarctica as well as from the International Space Station. Some NPR show had a call from the International Space Station about words or something like that, which is absolutely insane. I know that people there are just doing their lives, but yeah, phone call to Earth to talk about words. Alright, what do we want to do here? A story of economy and unrest, or defeat and dirt? I think it actually does not matter. They're all more or less the same right now. You don't believe in space? Maybe the person was on a Hollywood soundstage. We want tragedy. We have triumph and tragedy as additional tags right now. Yeah, this is not super useful. I'll probably save it for next week, or I can just jam in the paper somewhere. Cool. A perk to be on the ISS says that any radio show will agree to take your calls. Yes, I'm sure. I can't imagine someone saying, I'm on the space station. And the response is, shrug, shrug. Yeah, I think it's the case that, that particular show works by people calling into a recording service first. Pardon me briefly, new item. We got Metal Slug Trolley, a bonus to typewriting and to assembly, which means we need space on first floor to that one up. And so we got to move these folks upstairs. We'll do that in a second. I believe that A Way with Words, people call in early in the week, and then the research happens behind the scenes, while a live call is set up for later. So the initial call will be like, hey, I don't know what the word potato means. What's the origin of potato? And they'll say, we want you on the show. We'll call you on Saturday at 5 p.m. or whatever. And they'll work on finding the etymology of potato over the week, and by the end of it, they will be able to say, yeah, here's what potato means. Here's where potato came from. Don't you love potatoes? Everyone loves potatoes. All right, so these people are moving upstairs for no particularly good reason. They've done very well so far. I'm gonna give them a big old open space to celebrate the fact that I have space right now. At some point, I'll eventually jam them into a new corner, surely. All right, so we want to leave, I believe, 2 or 3 spaces in between these desks to get the new slug trolley, giving a bonus of 1 point each of them. Cool. I didn't need as much space as I just took. That's okay, though. Move the water to the side. And then I don't know if a trolley fits in there. Luckily, we have 1 more plant. We can shift you over. 1 spot there. Move these over also. And then trolley in the middle. Trying to figure out where this thing goes is called, the trolley problem. Good. I got 3 more stories going. They'll be done Sunday morning, Sunday evening. We'll have all the stories finished by print time. It's looking amazing. What do we do with space? Okay, we need to get a new researcher fairly soon. That'd be good. Should probably change the color here. I think it offends me to have that. We could add a second bathroom there, but probably will end up putting a editor in that corner. Though I don't know the relationship between the editor and the other workers, how fast editors work by comparison. 1 second. All right. So, standard wall there. Lovely. Can't wait till we learn more colors of walls. Also, probably no reason to have these doors here. Go ahead and store one of those. And then we'll also throw in a new lamp. New philosophical problem, the trolley problem. I don't know if you know, the trolley problem is a standard problem that one does with undergraduates especially. So I was making a dumb philosophy joke. Largely the whole stream is dumb philosophy joke. That one was especially dumb. Mafia story needed, and then society and tragedy. Page 1. Government building an engulfment arson. That completes both of those already. Fantastic. Do we have other stories that match that pretty well? Society and heartbreak. I think that's all that fits well, unfortunately. And we have a bunch of other pages. So this will be our sports page. Make the Mafia happy. Cool. So old story, but matching tags are good. Better yet, new story. Okay, so what do we have left over? Just a bunch of junk. So, an art story there about Rembrandt. This one's done in just a couple hours. And worth running the old... Wait. Is there any old art story? There's not. Any old gossip story? There's not. Sort of a loose story that does absolutely nothing for us, but that's okay. It'll go somewhere. Come on. 4:28 a.m. What time is it? 3:30. Work faster. There we go. Had to yell work faster. And then, the story here is probably fine. All right. Let's roll that paper. 40,000 people are going to buy this paper. The best we've ever done. again, the third page really helps. They're getting value for 15 cents for all of my knowledge. We got some more permanent subscribers also now. I wonder if we can eventually change the price of the newspaper, or if it's stay at 15 cents. I also do wonder if the price changes as we get more pages, because 3 pages at 5 cents a piece, would probably do it. The Mafia's pleased, Port Richmond's pleased.
That's what I call a knockout. Looks like my bet's gonna pay off. The first punch is thrown on paper. We're all set for a great bet.
My bet guy better win now. Alright, tiny bit more money into May. Continue paying back $40 a week to Mr. Moneybags there. No gold stars, but getting closer and closer and closer. I'm not allowed to go left or right. I thought it'd be the case you could see all of your workers listed left to right. Did I say reft to light? That's amazing. It's from reft to light. As I'm here in Japan, I do make more LR switches accidentally. I'm only paying the interest on the principal. Okay, Rogue. Is there a way to increase how much I'm paying back? I'd be happy to do that. Let me look after this next mission here.
The mayor is blaming my business and associates for a lot of violence right now. Can you believe that? Where work is done, chips fall, they say. But we might be able to push some of those chips to my competitors' plates.
So probably politics, mafia stories, but 2 mafia stories a week? That's fine. I want this one in particular. So entertainment, adventure, inspiring. This does not feel like the right kind of stories for what I need to print. But we have a good group right now who will do well in printing all those stories. I believe in them. Number 1, we have no paper. Cool. May pay it back somewhere. You push the down button, it gets paid. Cool. So you do pay only the interest initially. All paid off. Again, it was only $40 a week, so it's not much at all in the grand scheme of the newspaper. But we're going to save those $40 bit by bit by bit. All right, new hiring if we want to. New people show up. I think we're okay for right now. So, how many possible stories? 15 stories out there. So inspiring and entertainment fit together. Entertainment is going to be preeminent. And I think it's the case that the Mafia want politics stories, but can't appear anywhere. Let me hit crime for right now and see if we get a Mafia story. Is there a food icon at top? Yeah, this right here is food icon. Is not flashing red, so we don't need to buy any more right now. This, though, is paper. So we just bought paper. The carrier will carry it in. But we have to help them out, perhaps. We buy a lot more paper, I suppose. We could get a second hauler, but it's a long, long way up, unfortunately. Okay. Again, we want more of these folks. That's most important right now. We could add more typesetters, but I don't think it's been the holdup so far. Will it become one? I don't know. Okay, 2 stories. Neither of Mafia. This one goes adventure. So adventure is handled. You can only do one or the other, though. So if you get it's adventure and also inspiring. They want those 2. This is a great story. Gusty winds hinder the firefighter. Dennis Brown, report that fire, and then learn about inspiration, and that's already done. Fantastic. Number 2, another story of arts and entertainment, exactly what people want. We just need to find the Mafia story. So I'm going to drop entertainment and move to politics, and see if we can find the 2 stories we need. Just 2, not more than 2. Person's still looking. Considering playing at a slightly higher speed, it's very loud in there. I think I can't jam any noise baffles in there. Let's see. So the air vent helps with temperature and smell. I believe the acoustic panels are all that help with sound right now. Wait, clock does also? The tick, tick, tick of the clock will lower the sound of the machine. I love it when I'm in a classroom. like halfway through the lecture, I'll say, something like, our attention shifts, or our awareness shifts based on our attention and familiarity with an environment. And the students want an example, and I'll say, do you hear the clock ticking? And of course, it's been ticking the whole time, but from that point on, they can't forget the clock is ticking. I feel a little bad about it, but it does make the point pretty well. It's like if someone says, your tongue is currently in your mouth, or you're currently breathing. You're like, oh no, I can't forget I'm breathing now. Attention and awareness, fascinating things. So the baffling is such a small amount here that's genuinely not worth doing. They'll be okay. More stories, a story of crime, and the Mafia! Fantastic, one done. Bippity boppity, your breathing is now a manual activity. Activity and boppity don't rhyme. Boppity bippity, your breathing is a manual activity is much, much better. My apologies for your rhyme not working, but it's how it goes, I remember the first time I heard this, kind of a meme around reminding people of the functions of their body. I was so struck by it. Like, oh, it's amazing. Now it's kind of old hat, of course. But I remember for a while there were all these references to you lost the game. And the way to win the game was by not thinking about the game. Again, the game just being, are you thinking of the game? It's strange enough. The inspiring story of adventure about the firefighter fighting well is coming together pretty soon. I think that whole you lost the game thing was probably a 4chan meme initially. I was not a kid who spent a lot of time with 4chan, but I do know many of my friends were into it. Last minute evacuations, orders, firestorm approaches. Heroism through and through. We then have a story of mafiosos. Pinball Mafia's new toy. You have pinball wizards, you have pinball mafias, perfect. Evil contraption dominated by interests, heavily tainted with criminality. So apparently the mafia story here is about the Irish gang. Irish gang linked with ringing pinball machines for higher profits. Your little ball just barely gets past those flippers each time. You know the pain I'm talking about, right? Absolutely terrible. The flipper, oh, terrible. This will get a new item also. Hope it's a pinball machine. That's what people truly need. Here, another inspiring entertainment story. A police dog rescuer, Pup, aided by patrolman, catches thief, and purse restored to man owner. Yeah, we gotta get an editor. Man owner is weird. It's all kind of strange. Mentioning pets, though, of course, reminds me that a half hour ago or an hour ago I was upstairs getting more coffee. And poor cat Fritz, every time I leave this room, he's immediately there wanting to play. If I could just convince him to hang out in this room, it would be so good. And I have no idea how to do that. Because I've been hanging out in here doing streaming for like 7 years in different houses. And no matter where I am, the cat is afraid of me while I'm talking on stream. So I don't know. Has he seen the vet yet? He's not seen the vet yet. He seems to be all better now. He's back to eating his food and drinking his water and so on and moving around just fine. So the vet's coming on Saturday of this week. Hey, computer, good seeing you. This is a cool game. Absolutely. Love this game so much. It's a great time. But yeah, the vet's coming on Saturday now because it's not an emergency anymore. For a while, they were pretty well sure that he was in pretty bad shape, but he's back to normal. We got a baseball bat. It'll help with sports. I'm guessing the baseball bat's used by the Mafia for purposes other than sport. Can I give my security officer? No, it's only sport, unfortunately. It looks like everyone's a sport worker, so everyone gets one of these. Also, HPG, if you went to bed already, I'm sorry for not saying good night. Good night. Good night. Sleepy time for many of the Americans. Sleep well, everybody. I need one more Mafia story. Work faster, all of you. I'm very pleased the cat's okay. I know many of you are concerned about his ongoing health. Having lost one of the cats in the past year, it's gonna be hard losing the second one. We know it's coming eventually, but hopefully not yet. Hopefully not yet. He does have a wart on himself, though. I'm a little worried about. I mean, not really worried, because my Oh, my vet back in the US said the warts are no big deal. Now, is that true? I don't know. She was a large animal vet from the middle of Nebraska. Most of her work was with cows, but she insisted the wart was no concern. We'll see what the big city, doctor says. Warehouse blaze sparks economic woes. All right, so these people do not care about anything but inspiration. This story will be an investigative story that will produce additional sales. So not exactly relevant to this week, but it'll still work just fine. So you go there. Doesn't the unbalanced nature of desk plants make my brain want to jump on my head? Nope. Not even a little bit. Yeah, for me the game is very, very much, very, very much just stuff is there. I know some players get concerned about, why are there 2 plants here and none here? I think I make up a story. Like in this case, this is a botanist. His hobby is botany. In the same way when I go to work, right? The general counsel, our university's lawyer, loves plants so much. So in his office, there are plants on the windowsill, a plant on the desk. Every few months he gives plants away. My wife has no plants on her desk. So I think for me, it just gives personality as opposed to being an inefficiency. I think about it as like personality of the characters possibly. Something like that. Breaking news telegram. Will Hoover sign the Tariff Act? Press message just got in. Hoover will sign the Tariff Act. It raises taxes of many imported products. How will international trade react? Will the president put America first again? Let's get in the front row. So more taxes on other people and their items they're bringing in. Also, illegal gambling. This is the second Mafia story we need, so this is more important than anything else. 25 arrested for late-night gambling. New York Gambino crime families linked. Again, I assume that my contact of the mob is not the Gambino. Aimbot, you're wondering, as I smile a lot, how do you prevent pain on smile muscle? You smile too much in front of your audience. I don't think about my face, if I'm being entirely honest with you. I don't think about what I'm doing on stream. Things just happen. The only problem I have with like muscular pain or any pain while streaming is number one, when I used to sit while streaming, my back would be terrible. Now I stand. And then number two, when I first get back to teaching every semester, talking for 5.5 hours on stream and then going to the classroom and lecturing for 3 to 4 hours more, like that's a bit of a strain on the old throat there. But generally speaking, it's all fine. I'm sort of adapted to what I do here, but no, I don't even think about, am I smiling or am I frowning? I just am what I am. That's all I am. So we have 1 day to finish this thing out. Unfortunately, we only have the one politics reporter. So it takes 20 hours to finish this, or in 20 hours it goes away. I believe you have to have someone on both sides. So it's time for us to hire another politics reporter. We don't really need them, but I have the money to handle it, I believe. Being president is one of the least interesting things Herbert Hoover did in his life. What else did Hoover do, Agellius? I know about like the Hoovervilles, but I actually don't know much about Herbert Hoover. I assume the Hoover Dam might be named after him also. We could pull up the old Wikipedia page and see. Alright, bring me a reporter of politics. A cub reporter for now. Well, we got 2 of them who aren't very good at anything. Bonus to crime. We already have so many sports, unfortunately. So politics. Yeah, you have 2 on everything. So neither of these are super great. I'll take the person who's less skilled and help them level up eventually. So politics and society. And with that entertainment, no economy. Alright, bring him items. Doot. We have nothing on politics yet. Society bonus, cool. Society's also sourcedom, cool. What else do you do again? Society, politics, econ. Econ is the books here. Cool. Alright, then you get sent out at once, my friend. hired and immediately sent on the job. Go learn about President Hoover's nonsense. He acts in America's interest, says James J. Davis. Out in the East, we find a story of adventure and crime. Fortunately, no one's available right now. Some will be available in 4 hours, though. It'll give us even more adventure stories. Everybody loves adventures. There's still 9 stories to go. We're not going to get through all the stories this week. So we should think about how we're going to lay out our paper and what synergies would be most useful. So front page story, I want to have a politics statement. We have a second politics story. We'd like a third. We have a third. I don't believe that mafia stories stack, so this is a good third story for the front page. Criminality would stack, so an independent politics story would be better. Editor report into stream, I hope so. For that, we have to do the library though, so probably not. It's 12:40. I've got about 50 minutes of stream left, including 3 minutes of ads. So probably no editor for a while. Maybe tomorrow. What am I doing? Right, we're looking for politics stories in particular. They're still doing it. Awesome. Crime guy in 4 hours. Hoover guy started a mining engineer by faking it till he made it. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I do wonder what kind of these things are possible today. You know, the, what's his name? The Frank Abagnale story, right? Allegedly, Catch Me If You Can. This guy manages to, you know, be a doctor and be a pilot and be a movie actor and every other job on earth, and lied to banks to get big loans and big checks, cash that were actually worthless, and live this life of celebrity on the run from the FBI. And they make a movie about it called Catch Me If You Can. And it turns out ultimately, as you might already know, he actually made all of that up too. And so what Frank Abagnale actually did was convince people he had a much more interesting life than he actually did, to the point that they made a movie about him when the only thing he actually did was cash some bad checks and then lied about it. Which is a kind of irony that I find absolutely delightful. Warehouse blaze sparks economic woes. We found traces of malicious intent found, it says company director. A lot of finding there. We find this story, we find what we can. All fine here. Yeah, there's a story that came out recently about Frank Abagnale, probably a few years ago, revealing that they couldn't find any evidence at all about things he claimed he did. And again, isn't that crazy? Like, that Hollywood makes a movie about a person's life without doing any research about the person's life. Now, obviously, Hollywood is not a place of, tremendous amounts of research. It's not a journalistic enterprise. But you'd think if they're to claim based on a true story, I think they did, they'd have at least minimal research happening. All right. We know about President Hoover and his politics. We can sell lots of stories based on politics as we get more and more of them. This one right here, the party starts path. What a path is, I don't know. But looking into this, looking for the right candidates, we'll get ourselves a new politics item, I believe. And that should be just grand. Crime report available again. More stories of adventure. Oh boy. So one thing I'm looking forward to, and I believe this is not in the game yet. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. But the ability to go to other continents. Not sure if in game, but so cool to imagine having our man in France. There's no man in Japan yet, unfortunately. Japan must be closed still in the 1930s. Gaijin out, clearly. There are no stories left. We've handled absolutely everything. Yeah, looking at Japan says Europe. Europe. Cool. There's one more story they're finishing out right now. Whatever it is, we'll not be able to use this week, but we can use it for next week, perhaps. Hopefully it's relevant to the new reporter here. We got our new item. It is an election map. You know, all about politics in the world. And the last story came in. It's another politics story. Unfortunately, the only person ready is Charles O'Neill, my worst reporter. He'll be done reporting it in, 24 hours, so it won't be ready for next week, until next week, unfortunately. But, make bonus politics buildings. We have 2 politics reporters. This is absolutely huge, unfortunately, so it's not going to fit there unless I can move these things down a little bit. Okay, I think if the bat were over here, they're from this side. Perfection! Oh, one more story? What? One more story? A story of sports. And a story of entertainments. Getting started on next week already. So glad I found the Mafia stories early. I believe the first time we played this game, the Mafia stories showed up so unbelievably late that we couldn't run any of them, and the Mafia got big angry. I believe if you make one of the map people big angry, it leads to an inability to engage with them again for the next week. So you have 1 week of lockout while they come to forgive you, maybe. All right, show me the paper. We have actually 2 silver stories. One is about investigation, one's a statement. Because politics is the bonus, we're gonna go ahead with the politics stories. We're gonna sell a lot of papers this week, possibly the most ever. Yeah, there's a mirror in this game also. Absolutely right. We'll learn the mirror eventually. Okay, I want to save the crime story for page 2, because nothing links to it. We have other crime stories, Maximum Mafia, and then this silver story, while not ideal, is okay. We need to get a story of entertainment, adventure, and inspiration still. So, now we just need a story of adventure. We have one right there, has some good bonuses. The Hollywood unionizing story would be perfect for this page. It doesn't overlap with 2 tags on one and 1 tag on the other. But, what's finished today? Brought up food instantly. Another public story finishes today. So I think that goes main page. Okay, adventure story finishes today at 9 a.m. That will stack here, okay. All right. Wait a couple hours and finish running it. Buy some more food also. I do enjoy the last hours of the week as we very quickly hammer things out. Just push those stories, folks. You got it. None of our stories are old hat. If need be, we can kill some stories. I don't think we need to, though. Adventure story finished. Awesome. Front page is any politics story. They're all the same. So this one, my friends, I give you a finished newspaper. You're going to sell 47,000 copies. Will we break 50K today? What a good paper you are. Remember, we took this thing over with almost no subscribers, in deep debt, and now we're getting better. Another record sales, another influence. We had record sales every week but for one, so cool. We had 735 money left at the end of the week. We've been spending a little bit too big, possibly. Tompkinsville's ours. We're selling more subscribers.
Omerta, the family is growing, and for good family I provide.
We now have 2 stars of the Mafia. We also got 6 more influence points. We unlock a bunch of stuff. We have no loan outstanding. We have our first senior workers, I believe. So who leveled up? Our utility workers on the top there. Rose Roberts, level 5 all the way. Maxim carrying. We may need another carrier eventually, but not quite yet. We unlocked the radio tower. This is what I wanted most of all. So we can unlock the new telegraph station, which allows us to get even more news. We could do another one. I think as of right now I'm okay though. We have 14 more points to spend. We'll see very soon.
Whose side are you on, publisher? I can't afford liabilities, but I reward good dogs. Are you a good boy or a bad boy? Everybody knows you're a good boy. This week I only want to read about my favorite topics.
So he doesn't want to read, or he does want to read. Yes, he wants to read crime, politics, sports. Crime, politics, sports. Okay. Who wants such things? So I wanted to the library here. We're almost there. crime, politics, sports. No. How about here? Crime, sports, not politics. Dirt is politics. Canarsie? Can-arsie? Narcy? No idea. I choose you. Good week, looking great. So, need paper first. Good. So dirt is in politics. We already have some politics. We have one old story. I'll keep it for now, we'll say. Canarsie is where JFK Airport is. Hey, cool. Good to know. Usually the person's later getting jacked hauling box of papers up the stairs. I cannot even imagine how good a shape that person's in. A lot of star cases, a lot of paper indeed. Alright, so lots of overlaps. There are 14 stories to find. We have to add a new telegraph station also. We'll do that in a moment. Okay. I would like to knock politics out first because dirt's a weird thing to find. We'll start with that. Okay. We can now add a new telegraph station. If I shift everything to the left a little bit, I believe we can fit it in right there. So, very awkward movement time. Wait, why can't I go there? Wait, why not? Huh. Oh, probably because of the garbage pail. Garbage Patch Kids. That is the issue. You go over also. You lose 1 point in sport. Got it back. Clock goes over also. This thing. I'm glad that being cramped is not a thing in this game. Like, the people are perfectly fine with getting jammed more and more in there, which we love. Great. More telegraphy. I want one more sound tile. Is comfort? Yep. Perfect. Move this to share a little bit more to everyone. Alright, who's top level? We have a level 1, Jonathan Newton. More glasses, more good. Have to wear glasses to work at this paper, apparently. Then you'd be happy to have a society item and also a little lovely plant. Everybody loves a plant. Okay, and then your upgrade here is globe. That's all we got for now. Okay, lovely. When you get the last telegraph station, you open it international. Oh, really? I had no idea. That's so cool. Can't wait to see. The hiring page, I want to show me who's leveled up, maybe. Everybody's looking good. And again, this week is just find normal stories all the way through. This bathroom is broken down. This one's working fine. Might be time for a third bathroom. We have a lot of space to mention, so might be worth putting a bathroom at the far side here. Or possibly on your side. So I like the idea of putting bathrooms off to the edges, but probably for the sake of efficiency, putting the bathroom right where the door is ideal. So people have to walk through the bathroom to get to the janitor's closet. Alright, this is an interesting kind of story. Our first time seeing one like this. You have to get a key to unlock a lock. So it's a story of entertainment, economy, and a review. Those things are not interesting at all. It's take a lot of work. We have a lot of reporters. So I want to use my non-politics reporter to knock this thing out. So best economy reporter for now. You have a 1-star, you're not politics, you go there. Simultaneously, we can send someone who is your politics as non-politics to here. Gonna get a fancy review. There's third telegraph items on the desk, like a plant. I believe I just added them. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, this one here. Good eye. Good eye indeed, Phil. Thank you for catching that. Built that a long time ago and completely put nothing there at all. So they need their globe, they need their plants, and they will be happy. Happiness. Phil, awesome catch. Thank you for that so much. Everything is glorious. This wasted space here kind of bummed me out. I need the editor to help with that. It's better to have wasted space though than no space. All right, politics and a statement. We may have outrage, which causes people to come and riot in the front door. We also might get sued on the way. Don't need a politics story. I don't need this politics story. We have the whole week to report out if we want to. We'll see. New phone system. A basic politics story. That's what the people want to read. Maybe. We haven't found any... Is it dirt yet? We haven't found any dirt yet. So politics and sports. We do need both of those. So Mark, look for sports also. Good. As I said previously, I do wonder how high one's tower can go in this game. Can you be the largest tower in the entire city? Because it seems like it just goes up and up and up. Becomes a little bit getting over it. Yeah, that's as far as it goes. Can you even imagine if you can climb that high? So once you get up this high, you can't go left and right anymore. At certain points, just your tower. But wouldn't that be grand? That's my hope, is you can go all the way. Not sure what I'd put there, but still. Alright, sports and dirt. If we do both of these, you unlock a story of statistics as well. So we need a sports reporter. That's you, my friend. A society reporter, you, my friend. Again, the stories are getting more and more complex to the point that we might want to have even more reporters. Oh gosh, I think I can only scroll down. I need a hotkey, please. Return to home once more. Great. What's the amount for the next build-up? 10,000 money. As of right now, I'm feeling just fine. We could have even more reporters, but I don't know. I don't know. Everything seems pretty well under control right now. We could throw a bathroom right here, I suppose. Be kind of out of the way for most folks, but more bathroom, more good. It's not that expensive to throw up. So, bring me the employee needs. Jan Turlet. Problem with Jan Turlet is we need to have even more paper. Endless paper issues, of course. Sink as well. And we need a tiny bit more removal of stink. The tiles will do exactly that. The stink goes to the tiles, apparently. A new wall with door right there. Good. They don't have to throw waste paper on the floor inside of the bathroom. I appreciate that. Sports and dirt is dorts, or spurt, your choice. Spurt and dorts, so our paper runs. Now we want the tile up. There you go, team. Another bathroom. Oh, no mirror, though. One moment. The theater opening. We can now go write a review. We got an invitation to write a review about this elegant new show, Laughable Show Glamorous. I don't know if by laughable they mean funny show, as opposed to mockable show. It's one of those weird words. New phone system is hailed a success. Communications future, we'll hit that one. Bonus economy for no particular reason. And then down here we have fully unlocked Lost Form Troubles Club. Today's teammates' stern judgment. So we'll do some statistics to learn why is it not working. This story still sits awkwardly. Hopefully we don't need that one. Right, the mirror. What is a mirror? How does glass work? Is a mirror kind of comfort? It is. Fits in there perfectly. If I'm adding more and more things, I should go and put more food on that floor also. So people get a little snack and use the bathroom all at once. Right now, water cooler is all we got. It's fine. Looking beautiful. I'm looking forward to the elevator. Also, my poor hauler, I'm gonna haul everything upstairs. I'll go and help with that. Bring some food. Who's low on food right now? Yeah, the brand new one starts with only 10, unfortunately. So good help there. Oh man, today's stream gone by so fast. We've been live now for 4.5 hours, and it feels like I just started. I mentioned on Discord yesterday that I was going through stream withdrawal yesterday. I don't know why exactly, but on days when I don't stream, I feel a little sad. Like, I love hanging out with my wife. It's nice sleeping in a little bit and so on, but I definitely like streaming a lot. It lets me engage a part of myself that's often kind of quiet. And to be a little sentimental, it's nice hanging out with you folks, I suppose. I guess that's okay too. So at this point, we're limited on stories based on how many telegraph workers we have. I need to invent phones. Phones would be very useful here. Wait, it's 1930. When did phones come into existence? I thought the 30s or so, but I actually don't know the history of technology as well as I should. Alright, little story of politics is more dirt. Might get outraged, rabble rabble. Let's try. Always lucky. Always lucky. Never lucky. 6 protesters come. Oh no, they come on the bus. They hired this bus full of... Insert your favorite political joke here. Purse the door, nobody get in the tower, reporters can't bring their article. Need security to deal with this. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. So at least in the prior update, you could move people back and forth by dragging them over. We have only 1 security guard. We could move all this to the left a little bit, so they have a second security guard to clear them faster, because security guards do have a cooldown, unfortunately, on their actions. Another story of sport and triumph. Down here, crime, alarm, society, and investigation. That's a lot of things. They do want crime also, so this is absolutely perfect. The phone invented in 1876. Hey, that's definitely before, 1930. Maybe there aren't phone lines everywhere. Maybe that's the confusion here. And so without enough phone lines, the people instead do their work by telegraph. Telegram. Tell us something. Tell a friend. Friends, there are hours passed. With each hour, teaching comes closer and closer. But now it's time for a quick little ad break. Let me just finish this real quick so I don't forget to do it. Awesome. And with that done, we'll take 3 minutes of break in order to do a little crossword. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the ads. Thanks for helping me pay the bills. It's super kind. So phone invented in 86, available to public in 78. 1876 to 1878. Wow. Oh, wow. I remember that the first words on the phone line were what? Mr. Watson, come here, I need you. I also love that Graham Bell's intention for how you greet people on the phone was ahoy hoy, which is used delightfully in a Simpsons gag. Ahoy hoy, love it. All right, this is a French thing. It's kind of food, I believe. I can't remember what it is though. No French reading here. A tech company whose name precedes chat. I mean, there was Google Chat for a while there. It still is. Chat. Is there MetaChat? I can't imagine MetaChat. Oh, did I pause the game? Being paused. Good. Good. Toddlers' taboos. They call them no-nos. Romance trope popularized by Jane Austen. Running through the fields. I have no idea. It's Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you. Thorn, thank you. I was close. One may disrupt an ecosystem. I don't know, an extinction event. Excessive hunting. A flood. Incisor or molar, they're both kinds of teeth, disappear into the ether. Good. Now some downs. And now, what happens? Soot. What happens something? What is the next down? It's uncompleted. Looks like these, possibly. Drop as fees. So you get rid of fees. You lower fees. You remit fees. It's just a scratch. Don't worry. Huh. Okay, something may be wrong. We'll see. Stand-up guy. A mensch. I was thinking a comedian initially. Good. Doesn't blank a beat as doesn't miss a beat. Start of a fitness motto. No pain, no gain. We're for tipper card. A Q-tip, Q card. Use it or lose it, I believe is the fitness motto. Alfred, who played Dean Thomas in the Harry Potter franchise, I have no idea. Late spring arrival is Gemini, birth sign. So Alfred Enoch, something like that possibly. Paramount Production, they make movies. Parts of some addresses. So .com, .edu, Dear Sir. There are lots of kind of addresses for sure. Oh, Snapchat. Snapchat's a tech company. I didn't realize the company's name was Snap. Parts of some addresses are, apartment numbers. So addresses in terms of postal mail. A religious leader in a puffer jacket in a viral AI-generated image. Yeah, the Pope wears a bright white jacket, looking like an absolute gangsta. A bovine bellow is a moo. Am blank believe. Am I to believe? Give permission to is let's. All right, can't we do the crosses now? Nice long one. So, romance trope popular by Jane Austen. Enemies to lovers. So apartment's wrong. Resorty@gmail.com, possibly. Romance to lovers. Okay. One may disrupt an ecosystem. Something species. Biotic species? Exotic species. There we go. What happens next is Anne now. She got it a long time ago. The ad break's over. I want to try to finish this right quick if I can. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. So, exerts. Wields, of course. Midterm exam. Amnio, like amniocentesis, I believe. Amniocentesis. Synthesis? Can't remember the spelling of that word, but it's used to check on babbies. Drops its fees, of course, wave. And the French word we want was wine. Vin. Hooray. Hooray, hooray. Crossword done today. A good feeling going into the rest of our day. 4 more prototypes in the way. Like I said, we are working now on creating a second security guard. Second alarm bell, I suppose. What kind of thing is a security officer? Their utility job. Cool. Thank you, R Squared. Thank you for the celebration at finishing my my little crossword. Bernard Jenkins. More glasses, more good. 2 push left. This is our first reporter returning. I want to see if you can still scam this thing by dragging him inside. You can still scam the thing. That is mighty silly. That is mighty silly. I was kind of hoping they'd change that, because it does feel super scammy to be able to ignore a game event just by dragging and dropping. Cool. Another story coming presently. Story of kidnapping. Held for ransom as vault turns out empty. They rob the bank and get nothing. Terrible story, that. You find something new also? Story of entertainment. The mob does not care about entertainment. No one does. It's a quick story. 5,000 paid for a vase. Some money laundering for sure. More sports stories. Mafia wants that. Then I guess we can go ahead and try this one. So number 1, we might get sued. Let's see what happens. Does the lawsuit come? Oh, it's looking like it does. Oh no. 2 lawsuits filed against us. Of course the truth will cost us dearly. So we do not have an attorney. There's nothing we can do against lawsuits other than just pay up. And I think they may be $1,000 each. Oh boy, the US mail arrives. Man with glasses, how are you working against us? We need to hire a lawyer to deal with one. Let me show you where to find one. Here's where we hire a liar. That too. Here's where we hire a lawyer. Once we have this, we can handle those lawsuits. That will surely save us money. To get there, we have to unlock this thing next week. Right now, though, we have 5 days. Well, 5 days goes into next week. So maybe we can get the lawsuits dealt with. Right now, they sit awkwardly on the floor. We'll go and bring them inside. Don't want them to get rained upon. Can't rain on my parade or my legal documents. Yeah, liar, lawyer, all the same. There was a period I wanted to be an attorney. I mean, actually a constitutional law professor, but that's similar enough, right? I've never wanted to do like the work of arguing in court and so on. I find that kind of high pressure, antagonistic argument uninteresting, but the idea of thinking serious about how law structures society I find super interesting, which is why I do political social philosophy, of course. Same kind of thing, just from a different angle. Alright, so we've been sued as unemployment source. We can now try to get a statement from the Seattle Authority office. Might cause more outrage. Do the people care? So the people do not care this time. No protest. We just want to tell this story from two sides. So the side of the employer and the side of the local labor authority. This is gonna be a pretty good newspaper. There are 4 stories remaining. I think we have all we really need. Simple society story. A story of crime that gives an item. I'd love to have that. We'll knock out this one also, because it's here. Are we missing anything? So you can see we have in the desk, or in the file, in the drawer they call it. In the drawer we have all we need. So, fantastic. We see some flashing lights. Flashing lights are ones that have to be repaired by our maintenance man. Because I've placed my trash cans pretty effectively, my poor janitor has absolutely nothing to do. Sunday morning, it's time to print. Okay. All of our stories, except for one, will be done by printing time. I could kill this story to push this story forward. It has a silver, so I want it very, very much. It's still being reported out, though. The reporting almost finished. Okay, give me a moment to put together the file and see if we need that one. This one's done at 9 a.m. Time for seeing our paper. So, this story of sports and statistics looks pretty good. This story of society also should be a cool overlap if we can get it. This one has no overlap. Might go on page 2. Okay, what else do we want? Politics and crime? Oops. Just crime. Doesn't matter where it is, but something of the sort. Okay. So if I'm putting, ideally, those 2 on the front page, there's crime also. So that'll knock out a lot of it. This one is done at 9 a.m. Cool. So ideally, a crime or sports story should go with it. If story of sports and triumph, looking okay. Page 2. We still need to get crime, politics. Okay, this sort of crime and society front page, like I said. Crime, politics needed. Politics and econ can go with this story. Theater, that's econ also. Okay, all we need is crime now. I think we're good. I think we're good. So, I'm gonna kill this story, even though it's almost finished. Anytime we can save is good. Wait, do I need sports? I already killed it. Who cares? So this story here is in progress, just being reported out. This one here is being reported out, so those are fine. It's just these 2. So Sunday at 9 a.m. and Sunday at 23:59 p.m. Could it be closer? I don't think so. Awesome. Awesome. I love that. It's front page then. This is a few times now. It's this one. Page 2 is this one. Page 3 is whatever we want. Right to the wire, exactly right. So what else do we have to be useful? We have a couple of theater stories. We can throw those together. Okay, politics story has dirt also. They want dirt. We already have dirt. just a matter of crime. So I have an open page here for genuine whatever. That's Monday morning, we don't care. Let's throw whatever in then. Cool. Alright. We'll see if it gets done or if someone has to go use the restroom. 9 a.m. Still 23:59. I don't have any way to hurry him up, unfortunately. Just keep working, folks. Oh no! Monday at 1:43 a.m. Monday at 2:14. He just leveled up? Got an item. Crime board. More knowledge of criminality. If we need to, we can throw that in. This one's now finished. It is front page. Cool. Monday at 9 o'clock. So I may have to throw this thing in. I'm gonna let it run for a moment and see where else it goes. If it speeds up, great. It's getting closer, 5 a.m. Too late, unfortunately. Yeah, for a moment it looked possible, but maybe bathroom break or something. Hey, we have a new story. Be on the lookout. More stories. We'll get them started. It's fine. None of them give me items. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I should make the new crime one if I can. These two both want criminality. Can I get this together? Let's see. So sports thing. There. Whoops. What's the first story in queue? I think it's an old story. Let me check though. Okay. So can Slurst move down at all? It can. Good. Crime board almost fits. Move clock over. Crime board. Bonus to both. Right there. Awesome. What a mess. So our last story is, yeah, it's old school econ story. So we lose 500 putting in, but it would synergize also. Yeah, the synergy gives more points than I think. Let's see, it's at 39,600. It goes to 41,600 versus 42,600. So this synergy is better because of no malice. My friends, I give you this week's paper. It's not perfect, but it's close. I wonder what slowed it down. I mean, lower level reporters is part of it. 4,600 is not the top ever, but pretty good. And we unlocked a new district also. The Mafia appreciates us. We're over 10,000 money for the first time ever, I believe.
Omerta, the family's growing. As capo familia, I'll provide for a good family.
We do what we can, sir. That's what we do what we can, sir. Not what we do what we can, sir. Cancer. No. Another senior person getting paid more money. That's fine. Okay. We need to head to the courthouse I mentioned. So we want to go there. What's the Mafia want, though?
They're busting speakeasies left and right. You know damn well Prohibition isn't stopping anyone from drinking. Rightfully so. House Red Ale does some fun in these dark times. We provide for a need in hard to read. We provide for those in dire needs. But ending Prohibition would bring in laws, rights, and nosy people that I just don't need right now. Censors and busts. Capiche? I print one story of censorship. Good. I can do that. So any censorship is fine. I can't get here this turn. I have to knock out this one or this one first. The tragedy, unrest, gruesomeness, and statistics. So econ is an overlap with unrest. Crime, entertainment, crime. So crime get both of those and one stat story. Or the easier, just sports and adventure. I'll do the harder one. I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling confident. This will unfortunately be our very last day of the day, I suppose, because it is the case I need to go make an assignment for teaching. Lots of stories ready to go already. So the orphan trains movement is shut. Decreased farm labor makes it harder to find homes for children in Canada.
That's a weird take on it. Speakeasy Menace. This story is a centered one. We either have to tell the story from the police department's perspective or from the Brooklyn Street. We're gonna get censored, but that's okay. Aren't we supposed to interview the police? What? Don't see any speakeasies around town, do ya? Says resident. As we're denying the existence of the speakeasies. We then need a story of stats. Economy is the overlap there. And then crime is the other overlap, apparently. We need even more paper. So next floor up is going to be 10,000. Not this week, but maybe next week. Though again, till I unlock somebody new, we don't really need anything in particular. We can't have more telegraphs. The reporters have done very well so far. We could get more typesetters, I guess. But it's felt pretty okay so far. We could move the bathroom up to 3rd floor. And in that way have the another typesetter group here. Alright, we have found a story of society in Indianapolis. It's a story of statistics and also economy if we do absolutely all of it. Dennis Brown's having a bad day. So Dennis Brown's probably been out too much recently. Let me look at his desk in a second. So we'll start with society guy there and there. Resort town devastated by boardwalk fire. Tourists flee and boats as flames engulf the seaside. Dennis Brown. What's your desk look like? Yeah, so some of these have no bonus to happiness. Let's see if we can fix both of those. The easy thing would just be additional plants and clocks. I made a clock previously, but it was moved away because of jamming things in. More plants, more plants. Okay, a little more happens would be good. We can give us even more of the plants. And the mirror makes me happy too. No, mirrors only smells. I can force this man to stare at himself, saying, "Oh, what have you done? Your father was right. There's no money in news stories." Yeah, just more clocks make him happy. All right, that'll help a little bit. I'm gonna give him a few moments to raise his happiness, as he's been kind of stressed out, unfortunately. Looking better? Nope, not yet. Not yet, not yet. We have 8 days on that story. It's plenty of time. So again, the power going out consistently is not a matter of having no power available. We have 5 points still available, but it's a matter of the lights going bad. I do wonder if it'll stop breaking eventually. It's a story of crime, a story of gruesome crime. Savage elderly attack shocks the neighborhood. Residents left on edge and prompting an urgent manhunt the perpetrator. Nice. These lawyer boxes I can't do anything with. I guess I can put them on the shelf. Can you put them on the shelf? No. They look bad, unfortunately. So let's hide them somewhere no one ever goes. Put the lawsuits underneath the printer. That's what we think of your claim of criminality. I am seeing now there's a big backup of paper, so probably should think about a second hauler. More econ stories. Story of unrest. We need one of those, correct? Yep. So we'll send you down. Panic in small town after local bank closes. All savings lost to these honest workers. We're telling the story with a particular, what's the word? Particular edge or bias on it, possibly. All we can do to help the good people of any town in America. Because Mom and Pa Kettle are coming for you next. We learned more about the resort town by going to the resort and the port. Resort, port, nice. Get the stats story pretty soon, once someone's back home. 28 minutes, 12 hours, or currently dropping off. We'll wait for dropping off guy to drop off. I believe right there, already finished. And right back out again you go. Sorry, Charles. 1 day, 4 hours. So this is a very slow reporter, but he'll gain experience points. He works on it. All right. What more do we learn about the perpetrator of this murder? Dennis Brown is dropping a story right now. There he is. And he'll head right back out. He did get his happiness up some. I do wonder if eventually you can have the first floor be a happy enough place that any person going through it gains their happiness to go right back out again. And generally it's gone okay, but maybe having a big old like painting right in the middle would be good. Everyone smiles on the way in. Don't want to steal that though for right now. Where you going, man? Can I help you? Go to the bathroom? Or just went in there. I'll go to the bathroom? He waves once I drop him. Go upstairs. Go downstairs. Go downstairs. What are you going downstairs? Oh, there's no longer water on this floor. Huh. I don't think items are allowed to overlap items, even if they're in different levels. So I can imagine the water cooler going in front here, and it does. They do stack. That's great. That'll really help out the folks on this floor not to go downstairs. All the needs are being met. Right. How do we see the stories? We have our Sunship story. We have all the stories we could print right now and satisfy the basic conditions of the week. Just to get more stories going. Breaking news telegram! Searing summer crisis. The nation's facing an unprecedented challenge. A severe drought tightens its grip this summer. Government agencies and relief organizations are mobilizing as crops fail around this nation. Send some reporters to the Midwest now. Let's hope for a change in weather patterns. Weather patterns. Good. So, to Nebraska. Nope, to Kansas we go. A big old study. 3 people needed to knock this one out. Again, I have everything already marked out, so doubles society tag. So far we have no society tag we're printing, but sure, why not? Best society reporter, started out. Let's good one there. We'll have one more ready in just a moment here. There's water on the floor in the bathroom, and there's water in the bucket there. I don't see any water on the floor, unless you're making a joke about the water cooler. Oh, on the floor. You mean not on the literal floor, but the floor of the building. I see what you mean. I thought you meant we were spilling water. That's a delightful ambiguity. I enjoyed that very much, honestly. There is water on that floor, Resorty. Yeah, sure. Great stuff. Yes, you got your little story there. Looking perfect. Where can you go? But I agree, there is more water on that floor we actually need. Or down we actually need. Lawsuit cost $500. We did not resolve our lawsuits. Well, unfortunately, our lack of with lawyers. I think we'll get one in 2 days from now. Something like that. How many stories are left? 8 stories to go. So this is a case where definitely we're not going to be able to get every story done in the week. But we'll have the ones we need at least. Hurry up and drop it. Gotta send you back out. We're running out of time. Yes. Back to Kansas City. He arrives and returns immediately. Is this God's wrath, Pastor? Statistics show it's the worst drought in 30 years. As many of you know, my wife's going to India next week, and they've had tremendous water problems. Now, India is a place where folks are not supposed to drink the water if they're not from there, so not even brush your teeth. The various travel advisory pages are really quite clear about that. Also, women are supposed to dress very modestly, or they'll be catcalled regularly. I think my wife's becoming a little bit nervous on her trip. She'll be chaperoned the whole time, so it should be fine, but feels weird when you're going to a place that could feel that way. This story is going to take us a while to deal with. It's only Friday right now. A socialist surge, working class movement. I want to start putting my paper together and see what we'd ideally like to have to help with it. So, we have a big old statement story at the front if we want to. People really want tragedy, gruesomeness, and unrest. So unrest fits with econ pretty well. I have you as our main story. And then do we have sort of unrest in econ? Well, this story, not unrest, but big econ bonus. And there's an econ unrest story. So this week we're the Financial Times. Nothing but econ all the way through. We want a gruesome story and a censorship story both. Censorship's about crime. Gruesomeness and crime go together also. And we'll have one more crime and gruesome story go there fairly soon. Okay. Everything that is already included. So we can get basically anything we want to. There are no silvers here. Are there silver stories available in the world right now? That's a silver story. It'll take a while to get done. Might do that. This would be a society story. So more society stories could be really quite beneficial. Okay, it's more unrest. Our front page is already full of unrest. I'm going to go ahead and jump that one. Okay, so this is also a society story. This story is a very good one to add if possible, because it'll allow us to work off the Syrian Summer Crisis bonus. This story is nothing to me. Hopefully I have more society fairly quickly. All right, so the factory district finished. I turned this into a story of econ accidentally. I clicked without thinking. It does give us the silver bonus, which is pretty cool. Does that mean I should change my front page possibly? Yeah, so we get a story of econ and also statistics. That's a big bonus to the front page. It is not unrest, but again, silver bonus is better than anything else. Gotta synergize these stories. That's what my job is right now. Okay, all reporters out. No, you're not. Reporters standing around. What can you do, man? Actually, nothing. Here's one. Okay, you're already in 8 hours. You're already right now. Charles O'Neill's back in. He's right here. We'll send him out to talk to the socialists. He's got to use the bathroom first. Fine. Society is the hot topic. We discovered knowledge of society by going to Nebraska. Getting sued for learning about a bank employee killing himself. We snuck through. Nobody noticed. No lawsuit this time. In Washington, we have a story of censorship in society. We'll send you on down there. Covering all these stories the government doesn't want us to. I'm not exactly sure what that leads to. I'm not sure if it's going to lead to us getting a big fine for printing these stories. It'll upset the mayor or what exactly, but it is cool seeing what comes of it at least. You're available in 8 hours, 10 hours, or 6 hours. I'm not sure we'll get this last story through, unfortunately. We still have enough for the paper. We'll be fine. It's just not the best possible story of all time, or best possible paper of all time, rather. So Haller wants food or water. He has to walk one floor for that. We do have a lot of open space, but kind of want to save my money. Kind of, sort of. Someone's home. We can drag them upstairs right quick. 2 of them. They shared a cab this time. I think one of them's a society reporter. Awesome. Charles O'Neill needs a moment. We're probably not going to finish the socialist story this week. It'll probably be our lead story next week, I'm seeing. It has so many elements, and as a big finish about fame entertainment, we'll probably learn that some Hollywood actor is a dirty socialist. Get an item here for society. A crowd disappeared for days in a desert. Backpack found at seashore. The nudist gathering, I'm sure. Okay, story of adventure? Maybe. Down here, a story of heartbreak. We already have one heartbreak story, so we'll hit that one. Poor people never get a moment off. I guess they get to sleep between like Sunday morning and Monday. Other than that, constant laboring. We have 23 influence points. That's enough to get another page for our paper. Not sure. Let's go and see what we have left. We can finish in time. And we're gonna have to go and print. So, the story with statistics is done at noon today. I'm gonna pull this story for now. Story of crime and gruesomeness we have right there. And I want this page to be society, because that is the hot button issue. So, society and is that hope? Emerson creates the iron lung. Oh, recently there was a fellow who died that I'd seen a video on, documentary on. He apparently spent his entire life in an iron lung. Yeah, that's a little striking. And I think he became an attorney despite being in an iron lung. And he got out for very short periods, but he got polio as a kid and lived his life in an iron lung. He might be the last one to have lived such a life. You know, it's not nearly as common because polio is not nearly as common. Don't recall. Maybe another two, though. But I can't imagine that life of being so very confined. But how cool that he spent that time bettering himself in various ways and learning about the world variously. All right, so this society story is done 542. This one at 653. Polio's making a comeback. Oh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, I know there's always a sad story about vaccinations and concerns about them. I had a philosophy of science professor who always say, my big concern is children dying. Like, oh gosh, I mean, true enough, but people do get slightly worked up. He is a really brilliant fellow, but that's topic that probably made him most angry, was vaccination disagreement, we'll call it. New item! We discover the world map. +1 to cartography, maybe? Also telegraph as well. What on earth is that cartography thing, I wonder? Show me what you got. Bonus to... It is cartography. Huh. Okay. So, do these move down? They do not. So, it's awkwardly time for people to share acoustics, maybe? Okay, what else removes sound? I believe that fans do. So I'm going to throw this cartography map in the middle. That'll help all four of them do a better job. The sound might be problematic, though. Yeah, it's a little noisy in the middle. So a fan would help with that. But the middle, I'm not quite sure. Plants help with it also. I did not realize that. Plants allow them to stare forward and feel a little better. Or maybe the leaves absorb some sound, possibly. This will be the lead story of next week, as mentioned. Do we need to wait for anything else to finish? Okay, you're done now. These are both heartbreak stories. That's Monday, unfortunately. Can't wait on that one. So I think we're going to put you here. And then the stat story goes here. And that's the paper. Okay, cool. Let's let it run for the next few hours. We're hitting noon in just a moment. Oh, in this game, you can't lock the game into fast forward. You can hit fast forward, and as long as you're holding it down, it continues to fast forward. So that way you don't skip through the whole day accidentally. All right, we're going to sell 52,000 papers. That might be our first time over 50,000, but that will do it in more senses than one. Number one, sold a lot of papers. First time at 52,000. We have more money in the bank than ever before also. We made the mafia happy. We made the people happy. Everyone's delighted on our week here. Publishing to take by heart. Prove respect to gain respect. Absolutely. Good stuff, folks. Unfortunately, the other side of this thing is I need to get going, my friends. I gotta bounce. So thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed yourself. It is the case. We'll be back tomorrow with more of this game right here. After that 5 hours of fun, I hope you enjoyed at least a few minutes of it. Thank you for your kind company. Thank you for everything. If you're starting into a new work week, you're starting into a new period of getting the nose to the grindstone, I hope it goes well for you. Whichever way, when work's done, I'll be here for you to hang out again. And yeah, I'll see you then. I look forward to it very much. Thanks a bunch, folks. See you again real soon. Happy Father's Day. Yeah.